auf dem Internet die Auflösung umstellen ist Quatsch. Wozu? Online. Was ist das jetzt passiert? Was ist jetzt wieder los? Keine Angst, es fällt 10 Minuten nach Beginn aus. Ja, vor allem die drauf ist. Vor allem die drauf. Okay, die Musik ist eigentlich nur was.
Dann lass mich das auch auf PDF mit dem anderen Laptop präsentieren.
Endlich wird er vernünftig.
Dieses Laptop? Okay. Muss noch bei Laptop.
PDF reicht gar nicht Präsentation. Alles andere ist hier rein.
Er ist extra schon bereitgestellt für die Seite, also du brauchst einfach nur in die Hand zu nehmen.
Okay. Dann brauche ich ein USB-Stick und auch ein USB-Stick.
So, du brauchst ein USB-Stick, das habe ich nicht gesagt.
Nee, ich habe schon.
Ich habe schon deswegen einen extra für dich vorbereitet.
Danke.
Das Leben ist nicht leicht. Wisst ihr das?
Ich habe sogar einen passenden Adapter dazu.
Siehst du? Schön.
So, pass auf, das machen wir jetzt nicht. Das mit dem Tablett präsentieren, das sehe ich nicht ein jetzt. Das ist mir zu blöd.
Weil es hat ja auch einen Anspruch. Ne?
Also ich möchte wenigstens, dass entweder die Schriften gut sind und das Ding, Tablett, eine App kann nur kein TTF-Schrift, also kein OTT-Schrift installieren. Entschuldigung. Wo ist der Stick?
Ja, wenn du jetzt Google fragen würdest, würde ich sagen, es ist doch viel besser und einfacher.
Aber ich sage, das ist Quatsch.
Weißt du, das ist so der Punkt. Ja, man sagt,
Einfacher für wen?
Gut. Da kommt die ganze Bettlaken mit.
nein, abziehen.
Lass unsere Deko da.
Wieso ist doch klar.
Diese Piraten kommen hier rein und wir haben
Weißt du, aber wirklich, ja? Jetzt mal ernsthaft.
Schöner und anschaffen.
Echt? Alle auseinandergerissen. Erstmal vorsichtshalber auseinandergerissen. Ja?
Genau.
Und dann,
Ja, du hast doch gesagt, du solltest gerade so nehmen, wie es steht. Hab ich
du
gemacht.
musst aber die Anschlüsse abnehmen. Mann.
Woher weiß ich das?
Okay, das ist jetzt ein Punkt für dich.
Ja. Halt dir doch in den Rücken.
So, soll ich das so hier rauf kopieren?
Mach, was du willst, aber lass das Teil dann.
Das ist der Interview so ein nicht technikaffiner Mensch.
Nee, überhaupt
Sagst du, soll das einfach so nehmen?
Hier Projektmanager und so, überhaupt. So.
Oh mein Gott, noch schlimmer.
Ja, das ist die Schlimmste.
Ja, schlimmer sind die Marketing-Leute. So. Also,
Okay, ja, da hast du recht.
Wir hatten Verhüterli.
jetzt weiß ich von nichts. Sicher?
Ja, ganz sicher.
Sicher, dass ich das hatte?
Nee, du hattest jetzt kein Verhüterli. Kann ich nicht bestätigen.
Also ich wüsste nie, wo es sein soll.
Du hast gesagt, immer was.
Das wäre ohne gegeben.
Das ist auch gar nicht. Ja, Bastian ist verstellt wieder. Ja.
Politics halt. So muss es sein.
Geht doch.
Ah ja, passt. Ja, passt schon.
So, jetzt Kaffee und dann lege ich los.
Ich habe da ungefähr.
Funktioniert. Wir sind nicht in 4K. Nee, wirklich nicht.
Ja, wir sind da sehr
Bei dir macht es sowieso
sehr höflich.
im positiven Sinne. Sag Komplimente kann ich nicht.
Hoffnung weiß ich nur. Ja.
Ja, es ist so.
Wir sollten ja durchaus mal Komplimente
Du hast ja bei mir immer schief.
ist wie gendern. Wenn ich anfange zu gendern, geht auch mal schief. Und deswegen
Probier
sage
ich
ich
mal
jetzt
nicht.
ja, ich sage, ihr wisst, ich kann nicht gendern. Damit bin ich raus. Was löst das Problem nicht? Ich sag jetzt vielleicht die Familienverhältnisse, aber es löst das Problem nicht.
Ja, aber man soll sich tatsächlich so ein HTML-Extrakt dazulegen.
Ja, könnte man machen.
Gerade für Leute, die dann kein Audio oder keine analogen mehr haben. Oder so ein USB-C auf HDMI ist für irgendwelche komischen Geräte.
Ja. Sag mal, ihr wolltet doch um 9:30 Uhr loslegen, ne? Messieurs, Dames. Messieurs, Dames, wollten wir nicht um 9:30 Uhr loslegen? Noch mal 2 Minuten. Aber so, okay. Also Alex schließt es da, wir können anfangen. Ihr habt den Hochkühler erholt, das ist nett.
Machen wir einfach nochmal anschalten.
Machen wir jetzt noch.
Ja, wir sitzen nur hier und trinken Kaffee.
Sag mal, they keep was all in a minute? Ja, ne? Ja, ja. Das tun?
Wenn du willst, ja.
Fanny? Ja, den nachher kannst du da oben drin.
Ihr schreit denn, gell?
Ja, you can get everything if what you want. I have that. So don't worry about that.
Läuft bei wie Wölkchen. Ich warte gerade drauf, dass ich irgendwo geschickt wird.
Ist von mir aus alles okay.
Gut.
Von mir ist
Okay.
online.
Wunderbar. So, hello and good morning to the second day of the Pirate Security Conference. Hope you had a good night. Hope you're ready for the new panels today. I will give you a short schedule of the second day. First, we will hear Gregory Engels with the digital sovereignty in Russia. Then we will hear Mikola Speksa about surveillance capitalism for digital self-determination, the new Iron Curtain. Then Johannes Rundfeld will speak to us. Then we'll be having a lunch break. After that, Kurt Klein will speak about drones as a means of hybrid warfare, followed by Alexis Russell with digital integrity of the human person. Let me introduce our first speaker, Gregory. He is international coordinator of the Pirate Party Germany since 2009 and is vice chair of the Pirate Party International and lots of other things. Please welcome him on stage. Yay!
Hey, guten Morgen. Hätte ich gewusst, dass es eine halbe Stunde später anfängt, hätte ich ja noch länger Slides machen können heute Nacht. Aber, in English, right? So, hello Internet, hello Pirate Secon. It's half an hour later. If I knew that, I could have spent more time at night building more slides, but it's quite completely easy. So about me, I'm from Pirate Party of Germany. I'm wearing today a shirt from the Pirate Party of Russia. I've been founding co-chairman, and I'm currently vice chair of the Pirate Parties International. I have an IT job, and I'm also serving as a city councillor in my local city. It's Offenbach, Main in Germany. And back then I've been on the cover of Spiegel one. That's an achievement unlocked. So today we talk about the digital sovereignty in Russia, and I try to give you a picture of what's going on there, and there's a lot of going on and still developing and undeveloping as we speak. And so first a little bit excursus. So Russia started with net blockings back in 2012, on the 1st of November, it's my birthday. Though they started the official governmental agency called Roskomnadzor, and to the right it's the logo of that organization, which translates as Russian Committee on Oversight. And on the very same day, a couple of friends of me and myself launched a counter committee, a committee on Russian Committee on Freedom, Roskomsvoboda, and it's an NGO that operates today and enlightens you on rublacklist.net a lot about the net blockings and statistics and what's going on, and a lot of news that's going on. So that's the logo of them on the down there. So basically, heads up, 98% of what's blocking in Russia does not have legal grounds, or you can say it's legal. Quite often they block just IP addresses of whole servers, regardless of how many websites they host or what websites they host. So the findings of Roskomsvoboda shows that 98% of what is actually in the public blocked register, and this register is kind of public because it has to be distributed to all the ISPs, and the ISPs are actually responsible for implementing the blocking, and they have also to pay to that. And because it's the Roskomnadzor can put websites into this register of blocked websites on quite an intransparent grounds. So there can be a court order, but it could be also an order from 16 different state agency and states governmental points where they could issue an order to block, and that most of them are not governed by any court decisions, or just it's quite intransparent why something is blocked. And it hit Roskomsvoboda 2 times in different settings, and we took that all the legal way up in the Russian courts, and now we have 2 courts pending at the European Court for Human Rights against net blockings in Russia. And the last one just been announced on the 3rd of February, so very, very recently, so the second case. It's just from now on, it just takes 6 years or something to get the European Court of Human Rights to rule on that, and then we know if net blockings at all actually compatible with the Article 10 of the Declaration of Human Rights, of the European Declaration of Human Rights, meaning compatible with the freedom of expression, because that's never been ruled upon by the European Court of Human Rights. That's still pending. So we'll look forward to that, but we'll see how that's going. But so net blockings is not the only thing. So why people can get blocked? There are obvious stuff kiddie porn and whatever drug propaganda. They have some stuff may be like, okay, it's easy to understand why people blocking that. Some others are less understanding. So, for example, they passed 2015 a law about protection of personal data. It's called law about personal data. It doesn't say it's actually protection there. It's just like a law governing personal data. So no word protection in the title or in the context of the law, but it says that the customers, the Russian customers of big internet platforms or otherwise, their data needs to be stored in Russia. That's like for protection reasons or whatever. So, but at least critics says like, so the Russian authorities can have an avenue to actually access their and do searches and then have a copy of it. But LinkedIn did not comply because it said like, we don't have any like personal data because we don't collect, we just publish what people give us. And there is no really, so no point, and we don't have a server infrastructure in Russia and we don't gonna build it. And they been blocked since 2016. They took it to court, to the whole appellation been refused. So LinkedIn is basically blocked in Russia. And also SlideShare has been blocked in Russia, which belongs to LinkedIn, but basically they claim it's on a very different reason. It's not because of data, but because there have been some presentations on it, or some book been published on LinkedIn, on SlideShare. They don't say which one. They say this platform basically advertises drugs or propaganda for drugs, so they block that, and they don't tell which one. So they block some Wikipedia articles, so they can do blocking not only on IP level, they can do blocking on several levels. But it's intransparent, so we don't know why SlideShare is blocked. We know the LinkedIn is blocked because they don't comply to the law of personal data. So there have been all this legislation been followed by public process. So the public is like actually not really, it's quite a heated debate, and then people go actually to the street and say, here the sign says, save the internet, save Russia. And so there have like been all these net blockings. The question is, have it been effective? And the answer is no, not at all. So there is no evidence that it ever like helped in a crime investigation or crime prevention. There's no, the data doesn't show that there's a decline in terrorism or decline in the number of suicides. Like the suicide propaganda is also forbidden. Like if you tell people how to kill yourself most efficiently, this website is forbidden under Russian law and would be blocked. And everything that they decide that is like about suicide propaganda. Basically, self-help forums are targeted as well, and so it's complicated. Also, like drug sales, the number of criminal cases related to drug sales actually increased since the net blockings. So, and there's a lot of collateral damage, of course, that's happening. Like a lot of, like I said, 98% of have no legal grounds, and a lot of websites have been blocked by mere, misunderstanding, collateral damage, whatever. So this is one point of what that we need to keep in mind. We talk about net blockings. There is another aspect, like 2014. Since 2014, there are sanctions against Russia as a retaliation for the Crimea reunification. And I say reunification, I don't say Crimea annexion. Because this is what it actually been. Historically, it's been Russia, and from people who live there, they think that they've been like really fucked by the Europe because they had this referendum and everybody wanted to be in Russia. Well, but a small minority of Tatars maybe. But this is one point, and then the conflict in the eastern Ukraine. So basically, there have been sanctions. The sanctions are manifold, they're different. Basically, it's many of them are targeted against concrete specific person and specific companies. But it's kind of if you look into the Wikipedia article on sanctions, you see that it's like almost every week something new happens and something new gets blocked, or something people decide what is allowed and what not allowed, and when the sanctions are developing. And in this context, like there have been digital sanctions too. There's nothing like very placative, but this is like a different thing. That's a sanction against Venezuela. It says Trump ordered that we have that the United States cease the economic relationships with Venezuela, and Adobe cancelled all accounts in Venezuela, paid and free accounts, and say there will be no refund. They will interpret the Trump's order very broadly, and they don't want to get trouble with US government, so they just close it down. So maybe because of this and another thoughts, there have been stately ordered import substitutions. So the import substitution is an economic term that describes usually that if you import one good, after some point you can start, well, economists, if it gets more and more important, they start to substitute it with local products. Like in agricultural product, they would grow it itself other than import it, or substitute it with something else. So, but this is not an economic term, this is a term from the law, from the 2015. The Russian state ordered the Russian administration on all levels, like ministries, regional administration, municipalities, schools, kindergartens, everything that's state-owned, and also companies that 50%, at least 50% shared, that owned 50% by like municipalities and have a public money in it. So they have to comply and to replace the foreign software with fatherland software. And well, that's a Russian word, that's how it translates. You can say national software, but national software exists too, but they say fatherland software. So they have to replace it, the Western, as I say, Western software with fatherland software till 2021. So it's been 2020 originally, now it's moved a little bit, 2021, in all public organizations. What is a fatherland software? It's easy, that's what's on the list. So they have a list, a register for fatherland software, and today there are 6,128 entries on that list. Software products by Russian companies. So now you may ask, well, how you define it? So is open source, what about open source, for example? So how do you replace Microsoft Windows with some national software? And basically they say like, okay, if it's a national product, it's a national company, Russian company that do support and do can run it completely and provide own the code and provide the support for it, it's okay. So if you look into it, that there's like a lot, like 20 different Linux distributions on that list that's been like made up by some of them written especially for ministries, some of them Red Hat based, some of them Debian based. One very popular right now is Astra Linux, because it comes in like all different kind of tastes, and then it will come for all different architectures, including phones and including the mainframes and including Power PCs. So it's a quite complete solution. It's based on Debian, and they actually rolling it out in some ministries as a desktop substitute and a server substitute. And but if you look like at Office, that's quite often LibreOffice just rebranded with a logo, and it's completely the old LibreOffice that it used to be. So, but if it's a Russian company, they can put it in the register, and they need to modify it a little bit. So sometimes there are discussions what is and what is not, and the only reason that a company can continue to use, or a public organization can continue to use Western software if there's no adequate substitute in the national register, which is debatable quite often. And so basically the Russian public organizations are quite behind the plan of substituting, but last year there have been like a whole lot of activities around it. And actually, if you go to websites of a Russian school or libraries or whatever, they all have in the bottom down the link where they published an intermediate report of where they are in substituting the Western software to the fatherland software. There is also ongoing efforts to replace SWIFT as a protocol or as a mechanism of interbanking communication with some national protocol. And this is also ongoing, but it's Russian banks have to comply and then create something that will replace SWIFT. I don't want to go into details of that. Then another point of view, like there is like cyber attacks, right? So we had seen the first 2007 cyber attacks on Estonia. That's like 2 weeks severe DDoS against all different ministries and a lot of official spaces, and basically forced Estonia down to shut down their public services for quite a while. And now they are like leading in cyber prevention because they had the first hit. Then we had Stuxnet, which was a computer virus, of course, but was targeted state infrastructure, specific infrastructure of Iran, targeting their uranium enrichment facilities, specifically the centrifuges, so they would like break down, spin to high, break down. WannaCry, it's considered to be proven that there's a North Korean state was behind those attacks. And then we had also 2017 these cyber attacks on the Ukraine with Petya, NotPetya Trojan that basically looked where am I, do I have an Ukrainian IP address, and try to target specifically Ukrainian computers. And well, we don't know who are behind those attacks, but you can think. So anyways, you see that there have been attacks in the past, maybe like small scale or maybe not really successful, but we're targeting specific states or been originated from a state. So this has been seen in Russia too. And they say officially, so there's a new law. There's a new law that's come into force also 1st of November last year, 2019, that says on the sovereignty of internet. So basically, Russian internet users often call the internet RUNET, which, because it's all the different services targeted for Russia, they're specific to Russian market, they call it RUNET, and it's a lot of blogs and a lot of like Yandex services and everything. So basically the law says we need to have the network resilience, and we have the sovereign internet. So, and the official motivation for passing it's the aggressive US cyber strategy. So basically say like we need to be prepared if if Russia becomes a target of a cyber attack, then we need to be prepared. And this law regulates licensed network operators, owner of communication networks, and autonomous system record numbers holders, IS numbers, right? So this is the numbers that basically quite deep in the internet, so that whether you do the internet routing. And there also been a lot of public protests and a lot of opposition protests. This says internet, and net is a Russian no, which is strike through and say yes. So yes. Okay. So the law says that to be protected, so they need to implement deep packet inspectors filters on several points in the network infrastructure. Basically, it could be implemented in different ways. It could be implemented at close to customer, at the last mile last mile points. It could be it's actually different points where they would implement DPI filters. They would introduce a national domain name system as an alternative to the DNS system. and the Russian network providers need to participate in a yearly shut-off simulation test and stress test. So basically where they would like say, okay, now we're shutting down, we simulate that Russia has been shut down from the internet, from the public internet, and see what's happened. And they do that virtually, so they don't really shut down the internet, but they simulate how it went. And they already did such tests in the past with some network providers and well, failed significantly and said, okay, we need to improve there. But this is like ongoing tests, it's in the law, people have to comply. And actually it doesn't say how they get paid. So basically network providers says you need to do a lot more, but you don't get paid for that. So in the end, it's basically the internet users have to pay to that because they have to pay for the service. So if people provide the service, they need to pay whole implementation of the law. So there've been, in Russia currently there's about 6,000 IS numbers holders. Actually they're officially 8,000, but about 5,000, 6,000 about of them are really active. So to prevent this like kind of uncertainty, they introduce enforcing of a routing registry operation. So if you're an internet provider or a company that run an S number, you need to be officially registered. They will do probably BGP injections to prevent that if you're not licensed, that you will not be able to route. We have negative impacts to fear. Like disappearance of the self-regulated sustainability, because the internet basically, as it is now, also in Russia, is a free market product. It's just like regulated by this invisible hand that's just like make sure it works. And this will not go on like that. The consequences are, well, we will see, right? But the people say the internet will be not that internet anymore as we know it. There is a fear that there will be interference to business process, like purge of independent ISPs, and people have like to find new ISPs suddenly, and that will have economic consequences for companies, of course. If they implement all that, people fear that Russia basically have the technology then to go to the North Korean way or Chinese way, and actually to implement the big Chinese firewall. It's complicated in Russia, by the way. The internet grown very differently than it did in China. So there are, as I say, 5,000 active IS routes so interpeering routes with different providers in Russia, which is significantly more than like in North Korea where you have like 2. So outlook. So what will happen? So what will happen is, I think, corruption will prevail. So, or we hope corruption will prevail. As always, they make a lot of plans, and then all the money from the budget that's been allocated for implementing it, to enforcing it, and they will be just like go to some companies for implementation and never actually see an implementation, but the money will be spent. And everything will be like probably as ever. But on paper, we will have a very secure system. VPNs are not blocked yet. So like in China, Facebook is blocked, but if you go through the street, you see advertisements like us on Facebook on like every business, and say that, yeah, okay, because everybody have VPN, basically. So this is like, okay, a different kind. We have the internet, okay, it's protected, and then everybody uses VPN to actually be able to use it. So far, it's not blocked, and if they go down the route to block the encryption and block the VPN, it will have severe consequences, like in the banking sector, in the business and technology. You can basically ban technology or filter out encrypted traffic. This is, I don't think they will be able to think about it even yet. What they did in the past, they said about this data protection law of personal data, or not protection, sorry, the law about personal data. They also sent notes to some VPN providers and said, okay, you need to store Russian customers' data on Russian servers. And some of them said, okay, you go fuck yourself. We just don't officially we don't do business in Russia, but if somebody pays that, we don't know, because we don't track. So some of them ceased actually advertisement and business in Russia. Some of them said, okay, they will comply because we don't have any data, and that data that we don't have, we will store in Russia. Okay, that's the Russian way. So this is a quote that's attributed to Saltykov-Shchedrin, which is about 140 years old by now. And it says basically the severity of Russian laws is softened by the fact that obeying them is optional. This is probably goes into much older quote that's probably 220 years old, and it's referring to in Russian politics. The law are severe, and it's quite impressive, and in the end, corruption prevails. And so, a shameless advertisement plug here. We organize a pirate summer camp in Poland, July 18th to 26th. It's a doesn't conflict with European Parliament sessions. We make sure of that so that people from the European Parliament can also join us. And it's happening for 5th time, I think, now. Yeah, 5th time. And everybody who's been there like the first 4 times coming back to the 5th time, so we're already growing. And it's a very nice vacations, and we have a very deep down conversations and convene how to get to the, how it's called in German, in the Weltherrschaft an sich reißen in English. So, so we have a severe conspiracies goes on there. Okay, so time for questions now. I'm open. If you have any questions, you can go now. Anyone? Oh, the microphone.
Microphone.
Oh yeah, we have a question.
Already running.
Thank you.
You said the list is kind of public with the blocked IPs. Where can I obtain that?
On the Roscom Svoboda, the website is register.roscomsvoboda.org. Or Roscom, like go to the Roscom Svoboda or the rublacklist.net, and it's linked there. The register, it's like graphically over, prepared, and you can actually see what's in there, why it's in there. So you have a legal search, like if it's been tied to a court order, you will find why it is blocked. And so but the Roscom, I'm involved in that NGO a little bit, so that's why I'm the one who is actually the leading, well, we have the plaintiff in the court proceeding in the European Court of Human Rights. So I am kind of part of the team, but I'm not really involved in day-to-day operation. But so we have published that list. But this list is also like if you're an ASP, you have to obtain it. If you're public, you go to the Roscom Svoboda site, you see the copy of that.
Okay, yeah. And a small thing I want to add, there is an open source mobile operating system, Sailfish.
Yeah.
And with this initiative of the Russian government, they took that operating system and forked it, renamed it Aurora OS, and now they actually upstreamed their changes and improvements. So it's also contributing to open source a bit.
Yes, it does. So the requirement for being listed in the register of fatherland software is to actually be able to provide support and so to own the code. So they need to also sometimes to prove that they actually change stuff. So like something, so they create changes, so it's contributing to the back, but also they've been like hesitant moves too, because I'd like talk to companies and say, yeah, do we want to put Astra Linux on our systems, which is probably just like the Chinese Linux, which includes all the spyware, but it's open source, so you can go and search. But yeah, I think it's contributing the open source movement as a whole, but let's see.
So again, another question. Here we are.
Thanks. You previously mentioned that there are a lot of people on Facebook. Do you have any reliable data on like what is the share of social media in Russia? What is being actually used? Is it Facebook, Kontakte, or what is it? Or do you have overview?
Yeah. Well, there's people don't use Facebook as a main network. The main network currently is, I do have somewhere seen the table on that, so I can look if I can find it for you. But basically, Telegram is heavily used. So they have Telegram channels with up to 200,000 people or sometimes more on different kind of topics. There's a lot of political news, a lot that every newspaper have a Telegram channel, so everybody get the news from Telegram nowadays. Even it's officially blocked, but it's blocked since 2018. It's not blocked there yet. So they, yeah. And then there's Contacte. Then there's also the blog as a blogging platform. They use LiveJournal, and which used to be an American company, but it's now bought by Russians. And so this is a completely different landscape of social media than we see in Russia than we see here. Like in every country, it's a little bit different. Yeah, I can see if I can find it for you. I know I saw it. I know the source. But to make a remark, like about all this net blockings and everything, so Russia is still a low-governed state. So people can take appellations to the court, and often enough they've been lifted. Sometimes they're not, like in my case, but it's still, I think, like even say like Telegram is blocked, but they cannot enforce it really, because Telegram keep changes IP addresses like in the seconds times, and just like make a technical solutions that makes impossible to block it. And the only result is that the Telegram usage, like it's been free advertisement for Telegram in Russia, so everybody using it now. So this is it's like not people are not afraid to use it at all. So it's just like everybody got VPN now. Too, yeah.
So next question.
You said that you are going. There's something going on at the European Court of Human Rights.
Yes.
Can you say something about that? Because Russia is not really a European country.
Okay, I can say it about that. The European Court of Human Rights is grounded in the European Convention on Human Rights, which have been signed by, I guess, 43 countries, or 42 or 43 countries, I'm not entirely sure. Includes countries such as Georgia, Armenia, and a lot of other countries that are not in the European Union, but consider themselves to be like close enough to Russia, to Europe to be to sign the European Convention on Human Rights, and the Council of Europe. Yes, sorry, the Council of Europe. Yeah, they're a member of Council of Europe, and this court in the convention it says that every country needs to send one judge to the European Court of Human Rights. And currently there are like about 75,000 cases every year that brought forward to that court, and we have 43 judges, one from each country. So it takes about 6 to 8 years to get through the European Court of Human Rights currently. So we've been the first case we had been about in 2014. The local city court of Anapa decided to block Roskomsvoboda because we had a website to educate people how to circumvent net blockings, like to implement a different VPN, like to use your VPN, use the Tor, we never provided any software. We just told people how to do it, and the court judged that by telling we were effectively providing the service to circumventing VPN, even if it's just freedom of speech, and we did not had any software. And our appellation, and they not even invited me to court. They just like ruled in my absence, and I never had an invitation or a chance to legally defend myself. So in this case, I say that Article 10 of the Convention on European Convention on Human Rights, like the freedom of expression, been violated, but also Article 8, freedom, like the right to defend myself in court, been violated too. And this has been put forward, but we had through all the instances of the Russian system, and we filed in 2016 the case at the European Court of Human Rights, and in 2017 they asked Russia for comments and also Germany for comments because I'm like German citizen, and then in 2017 they decided to group 5 similar cases together into one, because they say we never decided about if net blocking is compatible with the freedom of speech. So they put the cases of Navalny, of Kasparov, of 2 Russian newspapers, different aspects, angles of different why net blockings have happened, and group them together, and it's there since then. We have no other news. We wait for the decision. I guess it will happen like in the next 3 years. And then the other case, even that we've been unblocked after we removed that website, this particular page to how to circumvent VPNs, we discovered at some point that the Russian schools, or the Moscow schools that are run on the Moscow state provider MGTS, have been blocking Roskom Svoboda website for apparently no reason. So we appealed, and they discovered like they're working with 2 IT service companies, and nobody could actually tell why we are on that blocking list, and say like some kind of artificial intelligence bot put us there because they deemed that we are spreading extremist material. They could not paint to what extremist material was, and we put it to court. The court said, yeah, but it's like they can't do that, and it's a state schools, it's state companies. So basically, it's private context, but it's state companies. So we put that into the European Court of Human Rights now, and they asked on the 3rd of February, they published it, but I asked actually 6 days before that, Russia for comments of what legal grounds is it happening. So basically, they opened the case, and now, 6 years from now, we will see a decision. Unless something will happen in the reform of the European Court of Human Rights, which I don't think.
So, Gregory, you've been talking about blocking, but you've also been talking about a shutdown of the internet and testing the shutdown.
Yeah.
Would you like to give some technical details on what you mean? Is this some blocking of several sites? Is this really a shut off from the internet that goes outside? What are they doing?
Well, what they test is, as I understand, they create a virtual copy of some network routes and see if some network routes get disturbed. So basically, they are testing the shutdown from the outside. So they're not testing the shutdown if they would like to shut down and not prevent Russian customers to access the internet. So this is what we fear, that this whole resilience infrastructure could also be used as a surveillance technique. But what they're officially testing, and it complies technically with what they're doing, is to test the independence of the network. And to remind you, internet has been built, well, not entirely, but has built in the time where there already have been separate networks. So the IP protocol actually had intended to interconnect independent networks between each other, and it's been built also like as a folklore says. Internet has been built to sustain the nuclear war, right? So basically, well, it's not entirely true, but it's kind of like that. So basically, if what can happen again, as it been in the 80s, like there have been interconnected networks, and they've been interconnected by IP protocol, but they've been completely like in their own protocols and their own network infrastructure. So if Russia introduces a new domain name protocol, a national domain name system, it will not be end of internet. The internet can adapt to that quite easily. So it will not be like a separate internet like on Mars or whatever. It will still part of the internet because it's interconnected networks, and it will be just another network of that. So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else having questions? No? Then, thank you, Gregory.
Yay! Survived.
So, next speaker is already coming. So, we will hear Mikolas Peksa. I already introduced him yesterday. He will be speaking about surveillance. for the stream again. I think he can do it himself, so I don't have to repeat the whole bunch. So we're speaking about surveillance capitalism, first digital self-determination, the new Iron Curtain. Please be so kind to introduce for the stream again. Thank you very much. Stage is yours.
Wie macht man das? Ctrl L. Ach so.
Control L.
Here.
Is it PDF or is it Firefox?
It's PDF, yeah.
But you open it in Firefox.
That's true. Although, I don't know. Why is it happening?
Right click.
Here we go.
Right click on it and open it.
And full site. Okay.
Open with individual.
Open.
Also,
Yep.
yeah, klar.
Here.
Here we
This
go.
one.
Yeah,
Then
now
go and Ansicht.
It happened already. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. I have maybe a little bit more, let's say, expert speech. I have just some discussion about like how the world changed and how shall we adapt, because a lot of things happens and from comparing to the time we have seen at the beginning of the pirate movement. Unfortunately, we are a little bit in worse situation, as there were a lot of walls currently being established on the internet. As you, Gregory, described the wall around Russia, we have seen a similar development in some other countries, China, Turkey. So we are really in a quite different situation from where we were when we started, and we need to somehow go back. We can feel it in the flow of information, and again, I would be repeating what Gregory has said about Russia. There are a lot of restrictions. Some pages you can see from some countries, some not. It's differing. The whole process, as it is from time to time being described, is called cyber Balkanization. It describes the situation where we see as the internet, which was originally one single continuum, is becoming more and more fragmented, and we rather see, instead of one single internet, more, let's say, national intranets. This is not like restricted only to Russia. In Europe, we see a little bit similar development, but for now we really have to tackle the reality that there are more domains which are regulated separately. Just shortly introduce me as I promised that I'm currently MEP elected for Czech Pirate Party. Originally I started as a scientist, so for me the IT was, let's say, the second choice, but I recognize that it's more and more important to work these issues, and that's effectively why I'm here. It somehow happened that a part of being elected to the European Parliament, I become chairperson of the European Pirate Party. So I somehow feel that this is now my responsibility to really discuss this issue and help to set up the, let's say, common course, because we really need to face this new reality. Just to a little bit simplify the whole understanding how it works, I decided to use three different terms to describe a little bit different realities in these domains of fragmented internet. The first one is surveillance capitalism, the second one is state surveillance, and the last one is what I've described as European model, because I don't think it is, let's say, ideal, but still it's the best description for what we have here in Europe. The whole story started with those companies, host logos you can see here. Of course, they are not the alone, but they are just those more or best known for that. Maybe there should be also Facebook, Twitter. You can name there. It was kind of like 10 years ago when. Maybe 15, I don't know, when there was really like a change as the companies realized that the data about their users are something they can proactively use, what they can use for for themselves, and which is part of like their wealth. And more they instead of like just storing the data, they started using them in order to provide, let's say, tailored services for their customers. That's the reason why now a lot of people say, yeah, the data are the new oil for 21st century, and this is somehow something what we should keep in mind. We are no longer waging wars for oil; we are rather waging wars for data, and those wars are not that visible as what we have seen in the past. However, even more crucial. That's where we came to, and now we really need to distinguish between the data we see, like the data which are, let's say, personal and which touches digital sovereignty of each single of us, and also the data which are non-personal and, let's say, should be shared more oftenly in order to really use this new reality. Because there was no really effort put into to tackle this difference in some states, I started to use the term surveillance capitalism, because that describes what we are facing here. People or the companies gathering data in order to have best information about their customers. However, this turned in the other way is sort of like very precise surveillance, which in fact I think is even more precise than what we have seen in some totalitarian regimes in 20th century. What I would point out that for the surveillance capitalism is typical that there is no orchestrated effort of the government usually to control the companies and to use the data in, let's say, more coordinated way. Of course, and the US are far in this development. They did it a lot into, let's say, dig into the companies' data and use that, but the efficiency of their administration in order to collect information about each single individual is, let's say, questionable. So that's why I distinguished it from the following model, which is the state surveillance, and that's something what in my opinion, we see in China. China is trying to introduce, and as far as I know, they are quite successful in that, some social credit system. That is a single system that the government uses in order to rate every single citizen based on all the data they can access in order to assess whether the citizen is loyal or disloyal. For those who are, let's say, loyal, the system is quite like open. You can get better access to mortgages. You can get better tickets. Online platforms works better for you. Those who are, let's say, disloyal or maybe members of some minorities are being hardly oppressed. We see like China as a main proponent of that system. However, China is quite efficient in like exporting these surveillance technologies to other countries. We can talk about Vietnam. We can talk maybe about Iran, Turkey, also Russia. So this sort of state surveillance is currently very much like promoting in the other countries. And this is the real threat we have as pirates warned from the very beginning. Now we see this Orwellian dystopia kind of like spreading around the world, and we should really face it. Yeah, the last is the European model, because I think due to nature of Europe. As we see this fragmentation about national states which are somehow coordinating, it is more hard for, let's say, the state administration to really gather the data in one place and use the sources that are available. So in fact, we were lucky that this development has tackled us relatively low. Still, it's not absolutely clear. Like we are facing a lot of problems. Like we have seen last year, the copyright directive was passed, which effectively suppresses the freedom of speech promoting the upload filters. We have now ongoing discussion on terror regulation, which is something like I'm really scared of, because it requires the platforms to, let's say, or the web pages to be on the police request to be taken down almost immediately, and it works that way that the police from one state can, within Europe, request taking down of any other member state web page or web page located in any other member state. So this is slowly restricting our system, but still this is the system we can meaningfully influence and have some say, especially because there are good things like, let's say, GDPR, which brought us a lot of more security for our personal data, for our digital integrity than we had previously. However, we are definitely not in good position, so we should kind of like discuss the general strategy, what to do. So first of all, we should really precisely keep what we still have. Like this guy is quite good, like protecting his wealth, and our the remaining digital freedom we have is our biggest wealth we have. So we need to do really good scrutiny of what's going on. We need to inform each other, because the measures that are being now taken in order to restrict freedom of internet are quite often like copy-pasted from country to country. Quite often the countries use that the system working in other country as, let's say, an example for their own citizens to introduce that. Sharing the technologies to restrict it. So we really need to be aware what's going on, and we really need to better communicate among ourselves what currently happens, that on the national level as well as on the European one. Second part, we should get what was ours, what was previously ours, and we lost that. That's definitely, there are definitely a lot of laws we should try to get back into discussion and rewrite it in the way that more kind of like corresponds the freedom we originally have. That means a lot of changes, like the definition of consent for data sharing. We definitely need to revoke this stupid copyright reform, which is now being implemented in the member states, and it's an awful process. We should discuss about our data protection. Like later on, I think there will be an interesting lecture about like how to perceive our digital integrity as part of our personalities. And that's something we should really have in mind in order to, let's say, put our approach, or word our approach in different way than it is currently being worded from the mainstream. And last but not least, we need to work on decentralized social media. Currently, we see a lot of efforts on one side to regulate Facebook, Twitter, and other big companies in order to stop spreading so-called fake news, which is the way how mainstream tries to tackle those Russian and Chinese disinformation operations. However, on the other hand, we see a more and more monopolizing the advertisement market in the hands of this few monopolies, which is quite dangerous. So what is, and we have done already as European Pirates some few steps on the field. What is important, we really need to, let's say, try to move our citizens to systems that are not centralized, not monopolized in the hands of one single company or government. Yeah, and last, the Slaying the Dragon. We are fighting, we are in the sort of like systemic conflict. Our system is in a way conflicting with the systems we see in US and in China, and we need to really. I think this is sort of like systemic conflict, like we see in 20th century between like communism and capitalism, or so-called in that way. But this is different. Like those words we know from the past are not longer describing the reality, as the reality changed, and. We need really to promote some approaches that are differing our systems and our system, and we need to do it deliberately all across the world. It's important to really include the digital rights into the overall understanding of human rights. There are a lot of like constitutions and other documents like European Charter of Fundamental Rights that really needs to be changed or in order to reflect this new reality that our digital sovereignty, our digital integrity is part of our personalities, and people shall word it in that way. This is a process that cannot be achieved by a single change within, let's say, national state or European Union. We really need to use any opportunity to do that either on every level. So that's from my side, or from my point, something that the pirate movement shall focus on. I have not spoke that much about it, but like as Gregory previously mentioned, Russia is trying to control their own payment system. We see ongoing efforts within the EU itself to provide more state control over the payment system. It's quite important that because the payment system is a crucial part of, let's say, freedom of this society, and we should keep it in our minds, and we should strive for its independence. That's the only technology so far I know we know are the cryptocurrencies. Those are decentralized and cannot be simply controlled or blocked by a single government. And last but not least, which is important to the current discussion ongoing in the EU institutions and some member states, it's quite often being said that China is in front of us in terms of the artificial intelligence. That's a part of the story because their system is kind of like collecting the data, which means that they have always and always will have more data in order to train the artificial intelligence and to achieve better results. But this is not the game and the race we should play, not at all, because yeah, of course, they have a lot of data and they are quite good in mining data about their citizens in order to control them. But we are not playing the control game. We should avoid this race, and we should accept that, yeah, maybe we will not be the best in these technologies. However, we will keep our freedom. Yeah, that's last but not least. We are now in the most important fight in the 21st century, and that's the fight for our digital sovereignty and our digital integrity. And we need to win it, because otherwise the 22nd century will be something you don't want to live, and me not. And this is now the, let's say, scope of the movement, which we should go for proactively and promote it further, in my opinion. Yeah, last but not least, a little bit advertisement. We are the European Pirate Party. We are cooperating in organizing this event. However, just to let you know, our biggest problem currently is to target the citizens, to really mobilize people for the actions, which means as we strive for digitally connected society, I would like to just shortly advertise, we are using currently these channels in order to, let's say, communicate, and I would like to propagate it even more. So are you on Facebook? Are you on Twitter? We are there. You can follow us. Please do. Please spread the word as much as possible. Those are the links, and we will. Well, like there is an ongoing discussion how to go further. Hope that next time we will be able to provide a solid base for, let's say, some other media. We have in mind Mastodon as a decentralized social network for further discussion. So I hope there will be some opportunities for people follow us there. We are discussing currently about maybe it would make sense to use also, for example, the Telegram previously mentioned by Gregory, because, you know, like it's a good idea to spread the word into Russia. So we will definitely expand more in future, but that's the next lecture. So I think everything from me.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the audience? Yes.
I'm a little bit confused because you say on the one hand we have to gain control over all the monopolists, on the one hand, doing dirty things in artificial intelligence. And I'm not sure if China has the mostly data, because they have access to all the data around the world, inclusive parts of China. And on the other hand, we have these non-really democratic states like China, like Russia, maybe a part of India. And that is not our way. So which of them we have to gain control first? Because both are really fierly. And yeah, what's the third way? So the position, our way, we have to find. I'm a little bit confused over that.
Well, the worst part on this story is that we are now fighting war on more fronts. We are fighting war against the collection of the data in China itself, and same time we need to protect our freedom here in Europe, because the model as we have here currently is not the ideal one. We should strive for. But what I think kind of like merges those two approaches is that our model shall be an example for the others. We shall be the pioneering for digital sovereignty in order to show that there is the other way for, let's say, China and the other countries. So this is how I think these two approaches are synergical. If it answers the question.
Another one? Yes.
You said we are always in the defensive against mass of new restrictions on digital freedoms. Do you think it would make sense to start a movement to protect digital freedoms and write that into the legislation? So, for example, I heard there's something going on, a discussion to ban facial recognition altogether, but also maybe we had yesterday a speaker who said he went to the United Nations and asked if he could add something to the Central Human Rights and maybe things like that.
Sequentially, from the last. Currently, there is there is a proposal being prepared by the European Commission. It shall be published, I think, this week. The one that will come, and it shall define general framework for regulation of the AI within Europe. The bad part is that in the leaked version that leaked some 3 weeks ago, something like that, there was no ban on facial recognition, which is bad. I would love to have it there, because this is a technology I think we should be very much scared of. Like when we are talking about, let's say, facial recognition in public places, I'm not like not willing to ban the scientific research at all, but facial recognition in public places is something we should definitely fight against. Like whether to, let's say, start the new movement, I would be afraid of like splitting the movement or setting another organizations parallel to those we actually have. I think what we have seen in the last either in European Pirate Party or PPI, there is always the same problem. We spend a lot of time like dealing with the administrative overhead for setting the new organization. And finally, when it is set, we are starting discussing whether to set a new one for another purpose. I think that the organizations are tools, these are platforms, and as we manage somehow to have them in our toolbox, we should use that rather than start a new one. So when we are talking about going to UN and doing something there, I think it's pretty nice idea to use the framework of PPI and go there as a PPI envoy, and you can ask directly here to Gregory. I think he can provide you with the information how to do that. Same way, like when we are talking about European Union, Council of Europe, European Committee of Regions, or Social and Economic Committee, always like I think it is reasonable to go there under one, let's say, flag and do the stuff under European Pirate Party. I think as we strive for decentralized organization, it's not really a big deal to get the mandate and do stuff. We just have to do that.
Hi. So you're part of, so with your 3 colleagues, you're part of the Green Group in the European Parliament. And how do you, how this thematic is comprehended by the Green Group, and how much can you be influential as the 4 of you in this group on this thematic and in the Parliament in general? Your thoughts about that?
Well, one has to say about European Parliament that in order to form own group, you need 25 members out of 7 countries. So clearly it's not possible for every single movement to start own group, and that's why we have had from the very beginning this discussion. And being very clear about what the Greens are, this is a movement which started sometimes in 1890s and started in order to protect the environment, which is absolutely like legitimate thing we shall strive for as well. However, they are organized around this topic. For us, we have started later on in 2000 plus decade, and we have started around the digital topics. So it is kind of like contributing to each other, because in practice term, what you see, there are a lot of people in the Green Group who started in the Green parties, and they very much strive to, in order to influence the way how we produce energy, how we, let's say, recycle stuff and so on. That's what they are interested, and they are very much like discussing with each other. The digital topics, on the other hand, are not that much being covered. There are some Green people trying to influence them, but usually it works that way that they have not really a strong opinion on that, or they simply do not care. And that's where the pirates come into. So for us, this is really an opportunity we can use. And last but not least, the parliaments, every time they work that way, that you want to do some procedural motion, you want to, let's say, even like split the vote on some motion to 2 parts or something like that, you need support of a parliamentary group. You cannot do it on your own. So when we need to do such a change, we need the framework of the organization, and that's for what we are using it. And I think till now it worked pretty well, as we have this complementarity of those movements.
Next one.
Okay, there's a question. If we now fight the last war, even losing it. So yeah, face recognition is fearsome, yes. But please then don't forget that I need a 20 seconds video of you are moving, and I can identify also as quite good as with the face recognition. Means I don't need even to zoom in to see your face. I only have a motion video. And then it's going now in the first trials of usage in some countries.
If I may comment on it, of course you can use the artificial intelligence, and I have seen quite a lot of applications that are really interesting. Like, for example, they were able to emulate fully moving people who are completely artificial created. Like, you could not distinguish the videos of them which were created by the AI and which were created by making a movie. Which is a little bit scaring, but we just have to learn that whatever happens on Facebook or social media, and whatever is being said by some politician, it has no more price than a photoshopped picture of a person with a bubble, saying something. And I really appreciate some efforts being done on that. I would mention an organization who actually portrayed a Czech president who is in fact very strong pro-Russian, very strong pro-Chinese, who portrayed him in a video effectively denouncing Russia and China, with a disclaimer that this is an artificially created video. Do not trust everything you see in the internet. So these are the ways how we should make the people aware of what's going on. That's it. There are a lot of new applications and we need to tackle them. Banning the face recognition in public places has, I think, the legitimate reason, because it allows concerning the public surveillance system collecting a lot of, let's say, personal data. You are here coming in this building, yeah, and that type of data can be later on data mined. Like, why is he going to that particular building? Has he some legitimate reason there, or is he cheating his wife or whatsoever? This is something we should. This is a type of data I think we don't need and should not be collected at all.
There was another. Just. So, one question from me. You've been hinting about the deepfake video technique. What do you think about that?
Well, I'm deeply impressed about the technology itself. This is really super cool. On the other hand, it's a little bit dangerous for spreading propaganda. However, this is exactly how should we change our narrative. Don't trust every single thing you see on the internet, even if it's video, when someone is saying something, because it can be fake. And every citizen in our society shall really understand that a video of person saying something has no bigger relevance than a picture with a bubble, like in comics. It's the same type of thing, but looks a little bit better technically done.
So we need a better media education.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyone else having questions? No? Then, thank you very much.
I forgot something. If I may just one more thing. Facebook has this super cool feature that if you start the desktop version, there is on the right side this let's say community box, and there is an invite your friends button. And by the way, if you press it and ask all your friends to like the page, you actually provide us more advertisement than we could pay for a single party contribution for a year, which is good, because we as a pan-European party cannot even pay the advertisement for, let's say, whole Europe. So if you have this opportunity, please do that, because it helps us a lot. Thank you. Yep,
Thank you very much. We'll be having a short break now before we come to the next panel. About 10 minutes maximum. Thank you.
Ja, aber ich kenne mich schon mal an, dass es schon mal läuft.
Genau, das ist
Ja, genau, das kommt halt auch vor. Ob ihr seid da hinten? Genau das. Nee, dann passt das. Nee, weil ich das hier... Ich kann gerne mal kurz testen, wenn du willst.
Ja, oh ja.
So, alle mal langsam wieder eintrudelt, wir machen weiter. So, welcome back. The next spot will be a special one. Will be held by Johannes Rundfeld. You know him under the name Eon. There was no title. Now we have one. It's moving forward with Jimmy's legacy. Let me first introduce Eon to you. Out of curiosity on basic democracy and net policy, Eon joined the Pirate Party in 2007. Well, he left it 2 years later, but the interest in digital and net policy never left him again. From 2011 to 2013 and 2017 to 2019, he worked for Jimmy Schulz, MdB, in his federal parliament office. 2020, he changed to the office of Mario Brandenburg, MdB. In his free time, he is active for Seabase EV, Load EV, and for the Chaos Computer Club from time to time. Together with others, he founded working group Critias on 2017, which he still leads. Additionally, he's board member of the European Society for Digital Sovereignty EV. Please welcome him on stage.
One of us has passed away. In the early 2000s, Jimmy started companies as an entrepreneur. He started out as a developer, as a programmer, as a hacker, as one of us. His companies, his entrepreneurial activities were always in the field of medicine and health. And we all know that this is a highly regulated field, a field where you have to work with legislators, work with agencies who license your products. And at that time, the wish developed in him to change the seats, to sit on the other side of the table, to be able to influence a policy. And as Jimmy was always a man who held true to his goals, he joined the Liberal Party and started to, started the big Oxen Tour to make to get elected, to get a seat in parliament. And in 2011, he succeeded in doing so. He became a member of parliament for the Liberals. And from then on, he shaped liberal politics. But he shaped net politics also earlier. In 2000, he started the E-Garden, the Englischer Garten here in Munich. He built the first public Wi-Fi there. Like the first hint of Freifunk, in a sense, the public Wi-Fi in a public park, already in early 2000s. Later on in 2006, he became a member of the Arbeitskreis Vorratsdatenspeicherung, AK Vorrat, here in Munich, and he engaged there. He never stopped to engage against data retention and in the AK Vorrat. Later on, he changed the parliament. He hacked the parliament by changing the, what's it called? Geschäftsordnung. The rules of procedure. Because he just, the day the iPad was first released in Germany, he got one together with Manuel Höferlin. And he decided to just held a speech, reading it from the iPad. Just because he could, not because there was a particular necessity for it. And that created a political uproar a little bit. And in the end, this was changed. Now it's allowed to hold your speeches from an iPad in Parliament. And I'm doing it. I'm using a computer to hold a speech here. I do have paper as well. The topic of data retention, Vorratsdatenspeicherung, was something that went through his life all the time. He fought it in the 17th legislative period from 2011 to 2009 to 2013. But that didn't get much publicity because the fight was internal only. He threatened to burst the coalition multiple times to take a stand against data retention. And this never makes the news. If a politician internally threatens to burst the coalition, then that usually isn't published to the press. But he did, and I was there, I'm a witness. Not only that, he made multiple constitutional complaints and went to the highest court in Germany to sue the state against data retention. And then also again, against the state Trojan, and then again against the Netzwerkdurchsetzungsgesetz, NetzDG. Impossible to translate, in my opinion. But not only his engagement was something that made him a very special person, he had a very special characteristic that set him apart from most other politicians. It seemed like he never he never took borders between party lines seriously. He was always the politician that was standing for cooperation, that was willing to talk with whoever else from the Democrats was willing to talk with him. And he was even willing to talk after sweeping and malicious criticism of his party. He nevertheless was always for the cooperation. He had always an open ear, even if his decision to join the Liberal or other political decisions was badly criticized. He just laughed that off, and he was still willing to talk, still willing to discuss, still willing to move the big matter forward. And I think we, as today's civil society, politically active civil society, should learn from that. If someone is willing to spend mental processing time on politics, then we should be listening and engaging and talking and cooperating, regardless of opinion, regardless of left, right, center, liberal, not liberal, socialist, conservative. It never mattered to Jimmy. And I think we can learn a lot from this. He continued to change our parliament further. In the 17th legislative period, he lobbied and spoke out for a new commission, a new committee, the Committee on Digital Agenda. And he was heard. This committee was founded in the 18th legislative period when the Liberals weren't in Parliament for 4 years. And in the 19th, he rightfully got the chairman of that committee. He became the chairman of the Committee of Digital Agenda in the 19th legislative period. His engagement for privacy, for protection of our rights, was founded in his family history, because his mother actually fled the GDR. And he always said, and he said that in his last speech in Parliament as well, that he can still remember the clicking noise in the phone when he called the family in the GDR, the direct sign of surveillance. And he said, that makes unfree. This shaped his attitude to privacy in a big time. And hence he moved forward with the right for encryption, right to encryption. A right for citizens that providers of telecommunication services must always encrypt end-to-end by default, without backdoors, without revealed passwords, maintaining confidentiality of information. That is his last legislative proposal in German Parliament, and I think it deserves more attention. We should continue to push for that, although the Liberals are not loved by many pirates. But I think we can learn from Jimmy there that the cooperation, regardless of party line, is paramount to achieving the digital freedom and to preserving the digital rights that we need. When he became ill, he showed an incredible strength that I have never seen anywhere else. He often reversed the roles. Instead of us comforting him, he comforted us. He comforted me. He gave comfort and courage to the people around him to move on, even without him, even after his death. I think that surprised me the most. In the dire situation of knowing that you're only going to have to live a couple of months, maybe a couple of years at max, he never felt sorry for himself. Instead, he comforted the people around him that life will move on. But maybe one of his biggest accomplishments was the IGF, the Internet Governance Forum. I'm not sure about the date, 2014 maybe, in that realm, he went to Nairobi, to the IGF there. And he was the very first parliamentarian from all over the world that went to an IGF. And he was shocked by that discovery, that he was the only parliamentarian who cared enough about the internet to actually come to Internet Governance Forum at that time in Nairobi. Correct me if it wasn't 2014, but it was the one in Nairobi. And he wasn't willing to tolerate that. So he advertised, he lobbied, he convinced people to come to the IGF in Paris. And in Paris, we saw 12 parliamentarians. I think most of them were German, but nonetheless, from 1 to 12. That's amazing. But his biggest coup, maybe, was to lobby and get the IGF to Germany. And he managed to do that. And we had 150 parliamentarians from all over the world, from 120 nation states, in Berlin at the Berlin IGF this year. I think that was pretty amazing. He also, like, as I said, he cooperated regardless of party lines. And he got Wolfgang Schäuble, in regards to digital privacy, maybe his archenemy, but nonetheless, in this regard, a useful ally. He got him as a president of the Bundestag to sign an invitation to all the parliaments in the world. And that was sent out to all the parliaments in the world, and it was successful. We had 150 parliamentarians at the IGF. Unfortunately, he passed away on day 0 of that IGF. But even that shows his timing. He was always the first one to spot a trend. He was the first one to spot a development, a social development, and to take action at the right point in time. If he would have died 1 week earlier or 1 week later, the impact wouldn't have been as big as accidentally dying on that day 0 of that IGF. I think that even that pushed his cause further. During his illness, after the diagnosis, he got around to work on some other topics that he wasn't working so deeply on in the years before. He understood that the digital technology allows opportunities for participation for people with health impairments. Not for those who don't want, but for those who can't. He lobbied and made sure that they can engage in activism, in political activism, and politics in general. He participated at the faction meetings of the faction of the liberals in the German Bundestag by video, remotely. And he was allowed to vote that way. That was a first as well. That has never happened before. There were discussions throughout the second half of 2019 if we could make it happen that he could lead his committee once again, remotely, by video camera, as a chairman. Unfortunately, the bureaucracy in the German parliament was too slow to make this happen in time. But there were multiple people, even Schäuble, who was, let's say, not completely against it. He did not believe in a life after death. He did not believe in any God. But somehow he was still managed to be optimistic. He believed that he will continue to exist in the memories of us. Jimmy, your memory lives in us. Jimmy, we'll miss you. May the force be with you. Actually, I would have to continue to talk about the topic that he was presenting in the last 2 years of his life, which is digital enlightenment. He perceived digital enlightenment in the sense of digitale Aufklärung, in the sense of the philosopher Kant, as the most important thing for our generation. But I will never find as good words as he did for these topics. But maybe this was the most important topic of his life, to perceive our current digital revolution as an act of revolution. And we had revolutions in the past. We had philosophers, we have literature, we have documentation, we have a manual how that could work. We just attach the word digital in front of everything and it works out, yeah? So go on, read Kant. And he made a speech about that. he spoke about the digital enlightenment at the conference 48 Forward in last year, I think. Google his name and 48 Forward. Wait, I have a slide for that. Yeah, 48 Forward. That's his picture during that thing. So I really recommend you to write down 48 Forward, you know his name, and watch that talk, because I can't find the same words that he did. I'm not as good in that topic that he gave us to continue with. The digital enlightenment is just like the enlightenment at the beginning of the 18th century. It's an issue for our society as a whole. At the end of that speech, he called out to us, "Don't be afraid. The enlightenment is waiting for you. Have courage." Maybe this is his last mission for us, to launch the digital enlightenment in the sense of Kant. But this topic may not even fit that well at that conference, at this conference here. Without knowing, he has pushed me to move on with another topic, and I would like to speak about that. In the 17th legislative period, he tasked me with doing research in regards to industrial control system, to the IT security in our infrastructure. And I did, and I found out it's catastrophic. So I did some research, and together we wrote some sentences. They are in German, and they ended up in the Bundestagsdrucksache 17-12-541, page 97. And that is actually, I think it's big, because that means that our infrastructure should be open source. Obviously, the CDU-CSU would never allow for the word open source to be in an official document. But if you call it by a mathematician who was also used by the Third Reich, then it somehow works, yeah? The Krakow-Prinzip is just a 100-year-old term for open source of crypto algorithms. Somehow that, and he made sure that this ends up as something that all factions voted upon positively. This is in the Kommission für Internet Gesellschaft, Projektgruppe Zukunft, Struktur und Sicherheit in the final report. And that, to work on that topic, to produce after months of research such sentences that made it in that official government document, set off something in me. So I continued and never stopped thinking about that topic of our industrial security, our IT security in that field. And because the deeper I looked, the more catastrophe I found. That led me and some friends to found a group, the AG Kritis. He made me interested in that topic. He set that off. So although the topic of digital enlightenment is maybe something for you to continue, I think it is my mission to continue on this. In the 19th legislative period, I continued on that topic, and I developed in his name multiple inquiries, government inquiries, kleine Anfragen, especially the 1926-45, which Jimmy then signed and submitted under his name. And in that inquiry, we as a society learned about the capacities for disaster recovery in our country. And because of that, and because of the lack thereof of such capacities, that was the core driver for founding the AG Kritis. So who is the AG Kritis? We are all members, and all members are experts, auditors, surveyors who work with Kritis, who are developing, who are integrating, who are auditing critical infrastructure in the legal sense. We all met and in the vicinity of the CCC, but we are not CCC. In August 2019, we decided to cut our ties on good terms with the CCC and be more independent of all the other organizations that are out there. IT security and Kritis is a big field, and we by now we are like 40 people. Oh, I haven't removed the animations of that thing. Okay. Yep. Awesome. Okay. And I think now it's time to introduce myself a little bit in this regard. Yeah, it wouldn't have been fitting to do it in the very beginning. Yeah, in 2011 I had my first contact with the field of critical infrastructure while I was working for Jimmy for the Enquete Commission on Internet and Digital Agenda. And yeah, I was employed in his office in the 17th and 9th legislature period. I'm very, very happy that he decided again to have me in his team in the 19th. And I always worked there on the topics of IT security, network and digital policy, and obviously Kritis as well, just because I was interested in it and because he let me work on these topics. I could choose what I found to be most interesting, what I thought was the most worthy of our office resources. But take a step back and let's find out what is Kritis. It's a legal word. It's a German legal word, and I just translated the definition. It's an asset system or part thereof that is essential for the continuation of essential societal functions like health, safety, security, economic or social well-being of the population, and which disruption or destruction would have a significant impact on said societal function or health, safety, and security. Oh yeah, it's a legal term. Yeah. This is in Germany divided in 9 sectors. It's energy, water, nutrition, information technology and telecommunication, health, finance, insurance, transport and traffic. There are 2 more, government and administration, and media and culture, but they are handled differently with different laws and different rule books. So I'm speaking about the first 7 and not the last 2. And the talk yesterday from Herbert Sauruck and the research that we did from the AG Kritis, but also the research I did for Jimmy, makes me want to sound the alarm now. Yeah, it's not enough anymore to improve the IT security. It's not enough to make the requirements harder, to improve our infrastructure. It is too late for that. We cannot avert the catastrophe that's coming. It is it is too late. We need now to prepare for disaster. The prevention of stuff, we need to do that as well. But I want to continue talking now about the prevention of said disaster, or at least the bullshit. No, I forgot my own words. Give me a sec. Okay, I'll start with the slide again. It is too late to think only about prevention, about improving our infrastructure. It is now, we cannot fix our infrastructure in time. We need to prepare for disaster. We need to prepare for disaster relief and prepare for those things that we do after the catastrophe that is inevitable, as Herbert and I share an opinion there. It'll happen. So we need to create coping capacities for that now. So far we didn't have any major damages. We had only minor disruptions in our infrastructure. That doesn't seem like much, but the probability of occurrence of a major situation increases daily. I'll talk about the factors that play into that a little bit. The large-scale failure is only a matter of time, and it's not a question of if, but it's a question of when, yeah? We need crisis management. And the IT security stuff, yeah, we need that too, but that is secondary now. We need to develop coping capacities. So there are 4 factors that play into the increase of the probability of an occurrence of a major situation, in a major crisis. First one, we are digitizing and connecting everything together since too long for now, but we are doing it. And that in itself raises the probability of a major situation, because network effects can apply only if there's a network. plants like power plants, water plants, food production plants, they become unsafe much earlier than we anticipated. If we look at the BSE recommendation for cryptographic algorithms, we find out that there are none that are longer than 5 years. But still, like the BSE TR0210.2 is the basic technical recommendation for cryptographic algorithms. And we look in there and we find that we have a lot of good cryptography, but it's all 3, 4, 5 years in the future, and then it's deprecated. Then we'll need to exchange it. But when we build a power plant, we plan with a lifetime of 20, 30, 35 years. And we don't have the infrastructure, the software to run that safely at all. Like, where does it come from, the cryptography to run that safely? And we see large-scale IT failures. So far, at least here, they haven't impacted our infrastructure in a big time. But we saw Emotet, who is still disrupting communal administrations, our courts. We saw NotPetya, who disrupted the Ukrainian economy for months, big time. And it's only a matter of time until these large-scale IT failures caused by malware will impact our infrastructure. And the last point, whenever I hear the word hackback, I fear for infrastructure. Hackbacks will have collateral damage. That collateral damage will hit our infrastructure. And each one of those 4 points is increasing the probability of an occurrence of a major catastrophe. But we have 4 of them together, so that multiplies the probability by 4, and it's even increasing daily. So let's look at what do we have in regards to capacities. That's the small inquiry 192645 that I developed and Jimmy signed and submitted. We have the Zertbund and the Verwaltungszertverbund. That's about 20 staff. They are doing actual incident response for IT catastrophes, IT failures. And their main goal is to keep the government running. They'll focus on the administration and the ministries and the government itself. If they have time, then they'll respond to companies who ask for help, but it's not their priority. So we have the Zertverbund, Zert network. That's a combination of the Zerts of the 16 countries of Germany and the Zertbund, and then some Zerts of some companies like Airbus and Daimler and some more. They all have their small incident response teams, and they together form the Zertverbund, Zert network. I translated that. And then we have the MIRT, the Mobile Incident Response Team of the BSE, the Federal Office of IT Security. And they have 10 to 30 people. Like, it depends on the crisis. It's a government administration. If the crisis is big enough, they'll divert some resources from other departments. So it's 10 to 30. And that's our actual incident response capacity. And so far, for the minor occurrences, that's actually enough. That was enough. That used to be enough up to now. What else do we have? We have the National NCAZ, National Cyber Abwehrzentrum. They don't have incident response. They just collect information and spread it. Maybe they spread it. At least they collect it. We have the Bürgerzert, the Citizen Cert. They don't have incident response. They just provide information for us citizens how to make sure that our Windows machines aren't spreading too much malware. And then some companies have their own incident response teams, but they are there to help their own companies and not the government. So if you want to know who has how much capacities in this regard, read that Drucksache 192645. Maybe take a note. So then we as Agricritis together did some research and looked at disaster drills. What are we actually training for? What drills exist? Yeah. And we found there are a lot of small and local exercises. For example, let's see if our emergency power generator actually works in a hospital every 4 weeks. Switch it on, have it run for half an hour, and then switch it off again and say, yeah, great, that works. But we have never made an exercise for a major emergency. And we haven't trained or thought about technical-oriented scenarios at all. And if you talk to Kritis operators, you'll find out that there's a trauma involved why they are not doing it. It's called the Chernobyl trauma. In Chernobyl, they actually tried to make an exercise, to make an exercise to protect the plant, to make sure that they can react in emergency, that it's a trained scenario, and that failed big time. And that is still worrying the operators. They don't want to make the big exercises because they fear that it would fail and fail catastrophically, like Chernobyl. Maybe not necessarily with nuclear fallout, but it's infrastructure, and if that gets destroyed, there is some collateral damage. So we are not doing that either. And the scenarios that exist, they are so small that they can't fail. Or the other way around, no scenarios that are large enough that the existing capacities can't manage or can't cope have ever been trained. That means that we didn't even learn from that. We don't even have the learning opportunity to say, okay, we do a big crisis exercise, and it fails. Okay, what are we missing? What do we need to implement? We don't do that. We don't have that. We don't have that learning opportunity as a country. So, I have never seen an exercise that simulates the widespread failure of our monocultures that we've been building. We have monocultures everywhere. We have Microsoft. It's our government, our country isn't thinkable without Microsoft as its underlying operating system. We have Citrix everywhere. We have Oracle everywhere. We have SAP everywhere. And we've never thought about what would happen if one of those brand names suddenly has a big vulnerability and they all go down together. That hasn't been trained. That hasn't been thought about. That hasn't been exercised. And when I speak about information technology, about computer systems, I'm not speaking about only the 5th annex of the Kritis-Verordnung, because IT, information technology, has become the operating basis of all the 9 sectors. It's super critical in the actual sense of the word that we start to think about such things. So, what were the targets of the exercises that actually happened, yeah? The small exercises that happened were supposed to ensure the state and government operations. That is certainly important. I don't want to speak bad about that, but that can only be the first goal. And so far I haven't seen anyone exercising the second goal, which is the restoration of the supply of the civilization, of the population, that isn't trained, that isn't even thought about how to do that. That wasn't even thought about 30 years ago, that we need to maybe restore the supply of the population after a crisis hits. So there are no exercises that deal with that. So let's summarize the problem. We don't have instant response capacity except for very small situations. We don't exercise, so we don't even know what we are missing, because nothing can fail if you don't exercise, yeah? The capacities we have are very small. They have been enough for the very small scenarios that have been occurring, but they will not be enough for the large scenarios that I'll be sketching in a moment. But the large failures will come, it's not a doubt. And it's not enough to improve the IT security and operational safety. We need instant response capacity that can help the population as the second goal, to make sure that the supply of the population with critical infrastructure is actually happening. So, the problem analysis poses these 2 questions. Who will restore supplies to the population? And who helps out when the small capacities that we have in Germany are at capacity? The Mobile Instant Response Team and the Zeitbund. That could very well happen in the next couple of weeks or today. or months, or years. Like, as Herbert said yesterday, the Austrian army said that the likelihood for large-scale blackouts in the next 5 years is 100%. And that isn't a quote from him, that's a quote from the Austrian army. We don't have any civil or volunteer capacity in this field at all. So maybe that's missing. But we have many success models in this field. We know that we have volunteer fire brigades all over Germany, in the smallest of villages. We have hundreds of thousands of volunteer firefighters all over Germany who engage in their free time to make sure that happens. We have the THW, who also has like, what, a couple 100,000 people who engage themselves there in their free time. We have, for medical situations, we have the Red Cross, the Deutsches Rotes Kreuz, the DRK. So maybe we can take some learnings from that for our missing capacities. So the Agricritis came to the conclusion, we need we call it CHW. It's a working title, and it stands for Cyberhilfswerk. Here's the metaphor, how it's supposed to be. The Mobile Instant Response Team, although it's small, we think they are the professional fire brigade, the Berufsfeuerwehr in the sense, yeah? And the CHW is only that team that gets tasked with responding after these capacities are used up, after they have been deployed and weren't enough, as a kind of a second step. So we formulated a goal, a mission statement. What should that CHW do? And the CHW is intended to complement the existing capacities for coping with major emergencies, not small stuff, caused by cyber incidents, and only that, in critical infrastructure in a cooperative manner. I think it's a long, complex German sentence. It looks weird in English, but that's the goal that we formulated. That isn't an especially new idea. We had in 2015 a minister of the Inner, Thomas de Maizière, and he asked the CCC board for a crisis hotline number. But obviously the CCC isn't the right group for that. They don't have the structure. They don't have the. They have the people, but it wouldn't work at all. We need we need the CCC to be independent completely from the government and the ministries. So we need another organization for that. But the CCC is brilliant in this regard because nearly all of the members recognize the need and understand the problem. The general population probably doesn't understand the problem, but the hackers and nerds in the Chaos Communication Club do understand the problem and the need. So maybe it isn't that bad after all. The government was also, like, we saw Thomas de Maizière actually asked the CCC for a crisis hotline. And in 2014, the BSI, the Federal Agency for Security on the Internet, no, it's probably wrong, but something like that. They tried to found something like that in cooperation with the economy, but that failed. So there were 4 problems, and there are 4 very legal problems that occurred, and it's hard to translate that to English. So the idea there was that some companies participate together and form a coalition, and when shit hits the fan, then the IT security people of these companies would form together and form kind of an incident response team that would then help out the crisis operators. That was the idea. But the lawyers quickly found out that that would constitute an illegale Arbeitnehmerüberlassung. It's not temporary workers, but in a sense, Arbeitnehmerüberlassung would be the right German word, because you can't like just be employed with one company and work for another without special legal frameworks, and in a crisis that would have been difficult. Also, there were antitrust issues. We have a strong Kartellrecht in Germany, and that would have been difficult to get employees from company A into company B to respond to an incident. Also, if company A buys software and then that software gets used in company B, that doesn't work with our copyright law. That doesn't work with the licenses of these softwares. And in the end, the companies who were asked to participate, it was never clearly defined how the compensation for their missing employees for the duration of mission would have worked. So that failed. The companies that were initially thrilled to participate then pulled back their support and weren't continuing to work on that. So that was one idea to do this, but it failed. So we need to do it differently. What? Yes. So what would be the tasks of this Cyberhilfswerk? So obviously supporting the full-time official government capacities, the mobile incident response team and the Zweitbund. They could grow a bit. I'm not against that. We need more of that, but it can't be like we can't rely on only full-time staff to do that. In all the other fields, we are relying on volunteers as well. Why not in the field of digital disaster relief as well? We need CHW to train and bundle and coordinate volunteers and to educate them to make sure that they can actually do the job of digital disaster relief. And then, obviously, the protection of the population from the effects of failure. So first the failure occurs, and then the CHW would try to protect the population from these effects. And last, reducing the restrictions in the supply of critical services. So if shit hits the fan, then we need to make sure that stuff is rebooted and works again as quickly as possible in a matter of days or weeks, and not a matter of months or years. Otherwise, we won't have a civilization anymore. So, let's talk about some more concrete scenarios that we have discussed in the Agri-Kritis and we think are very relevant. First of all, we see malware. We see malware like WannaCry, Emotet, NotPetya, and the recovery of the systems is very intensive of personnel. You need a lot of people to play back backups, to distribute new passwords, to to clean up your infrastructure. If you have thousands of desktop computers in some official agency or government office, or even an operator of critical infrastructure, we need that stuff to be working again. And we don't have the people to do that quickly. Imagine 20 people trying to play back backups on 1,000 computers. That would take a lot longer than if you have 500 people and 1,000 computers to play back backups and distribute new passwords. We have hospitals, and they are not in a very good state. They rely, again, as I said earlier, monocultures in our IT infrastructure. They rely on a protocol called HL7, and security gaps, security issues are possible and probable in this protocol. We've had issues with that before, and they just can't be easily patched and fixed. We just can't upgrade that infrastructure on a short notice. Again, the issue I spoke about earlier with with algorithms becoming obsolete decades before the infrastructure that they are running is becoming obsolete. And CT, CAT scanner, is installed for 15, 20 years and in operation, but the cryptography protecting it is rated for 5. How should we continue? Even if we would use current cryptography, which we are not, we would have the same issue in 5 years. Now we have the issue since 5 years. And the fact that they all use the same protocols, the fact that they all use the same infrastructure and the same systems means that an issue in one of the systems can easily spread throughout a big region, like the whole of Germany, easily. And then, again, we won't have enough capacity to fix it. We have 20 people at the BSE Mobile Incident Response Team. If you need 2 per hospital, we can fix 10 hospitals in parallel. And that might take a week or 2 per hospital. If we have 500 hospitals at the same time who are suffering from the same vulnerability, the same issue, we're fucked. Next, water supply. We don't have incident response in that field of our drinking water supply because they all operate on the assumption that they can just decouple the computer, unplug the system, and run this plant manually. And that used to be true. That used to be true. 10 years ago, that was the fact. They had a staff of, I don't know, 20 people, and all of them were trained to do it manually. But with time, these people get older, and sometimes they go into pension, and they forget how that works. And the new generation has never done that. They have never run the whole plant on manual mode for years at a time. They might have had some experience doing it for a crisis exercise every 5 years for a full day. But they don't have the experience of doing it over a period of months and years as the old generation had. So the assumption that they can just unplug the IT and run their systems manually might not be true in the near future anymore. So that's why they need instant response, but they don't have it. So with recent occurrences like in IT and OT, OT is operational technology, like stuff that actually switches or it does, like has an actual effect on infrastructure. That's OT. And IT is just all the Microsoft stuff, basically. That's the simple explanation. We can manipulate that. We saw on Stuxnet, the Stuxnet case, that it's entirely feasible to create a malware that affects OT, that changes the behavior of the system while reporting back to the operator that everything is running fine. That is what Stuxnet did. And in that sense, it's entirely feasible to develop a malware that would cause our drinking water supply to run bacterially impure while the operator still thinks everything is fine. And there wouldn't even be a report, a proper a notification that we now need to switch off the IT and run it all manually. We don't have that. So they all assume that the plant can be operated manually, but we can't assume that in the bigger scenarios. Sure, if 1 or 2 plants have an issue, we probably still can, but in the big scenarios, we can't. Let's talk about monocultures a bit more. All around us, we see these large monocultures, and it doesn't get better, yeah? I dropped some names earlier. The one I haven't dropped yet is our telematic infrastructure, the new TI stuff from our Ministry of Health. We are rolling out thousands of computer systems in all our medical facilities all over Germany. It's all the same software, it's developed by the same company. I'm not saying it has IT security gaps and issues and bugs, but what if it did? Then we could be without a health system within hours. And who would respond then? The 20 people from the BSE? I doubt it, that they could go into every doctor's office and fix the computers and put in a patch. We need volunteers for that. We need a civil infrastructure that can fix that. Otherwise, we won't ever be able to survive. And the bigger the monocultures get, the quicker the response has to be. One exploit can propagate and can destroy infrastructure within minutes, thousands of servers at the same time. And technically, the response and the patching and the repair should be that quick, but it isn't in reality, yeah. And the more monocultures we build, the more staff we need to fix it in case of crisis. We don't have that staff. And that's probably the worst scenario for now. So imagine a washing machine. Not one from now, one from the future. Let's say 1-2 years in the future that allows you to control it with your phone and tell it when you're still at work, start washing now so the washing is done when you get home after work. Nice feature, isn't it? Would you buy that? I probably would. But, so this is hypothetical. This is the future scenario. This isn't real yet. But let's say we roll out 1 million of these washing machines. So only 2.4% of the German households would actually buy such a thing. So we have a 3 kilowatt heating element that is on the internet, controlled, and 1 million of these washing machines, we have 3 gigawatt switching power. 3 gigawatt. Oh yeah, and then we put NTP to the mix, Network Time Protocol. So we can actually control that by the millisecond. Our power grid isn't capable of, of surviving that. In Germany, like we have about half a gigawatt of capacity that is available in milliseconds of time to counter such an effect. But we don't have 3 gigawatts. We have only half a gigawatt. So you only need 900,000, a million of those washing machines, and the Europe-wide big blackout that Herbert was talking about yesterday is a reality. And it's not even hypothetical in this regard. We saw big scenarios like that. Like just a couple of years ago, we had the so-called TR069 security breach in telecom home routers, and we had 900,000 affected devices, and 900,000 affected devices were open on the internet, and they could all be hacked, and it took months and months and months to patch them. The only thing that made us lucky in this regard is that we didn't have 3 kilowatt of switching power at these telecom routers that had that thing. But that's only a question of time until we see such devices that actually have the switching power. And if it's not the washing machine, it's the dishwasher, the water cooker, the coffee maker. All of these machines will have internet and will have NTP in the near future, and will be able to, if we just change them together and synchronize them, to cause a European blackout that we cannot recover easily from. Because, and that's the bad thing, before restarting our power grid, we need to make sure that these devices are either unplugged, patched, updated, or offline. So we don't have communication, don't have radio, we don't have power, and now we have the tasks of making sure that the 1 million washing machines are not on the grid anymore. That is that we have to do before we can even attempt to restart the power grid. We have no capacity to do that. Not even the military would be able to do that. So, I should have removed the animations here. Yes. So who can call the CHW in our concept? Not companies or private persons. This is crisis and disaster response on a big scale. That means the Ministry of Inner and they only, because only they decide this is a large crisis and not some company that fucked something up. So the MID is responding first, and then the Cyberhilfswerk would be a voluntary fire brigade in the sense of the metaphor, who can be requested later to come. This would be the legally cleanest way to give the helpers, the volunteers, the authority to act actually, because in that sense they would be a so-called Verwaltungshelfer. And a Verwaltungshelfer is the next best thing to a Beamter that you could get in this regard. There are some more legal details to that. I think I'll skip them because I look at the clock and say I have some more slides. So training, we need training. We spoke to the authorities already, the Agricritis, and they said, yeah, training is very important. We need some standardized training for the helpers, so we can make sure that they all have the same level of quality, level of knowledge, and yeah, don't make things worse than they already are in the case of a big crisis. So we discussed some topics for education, and I think I'll just read them. Some ethical principles in regards to data protection, ethics and responsible disclosure. Some communication and team management skills are necessary. Crisis communication can't be underestimated, and basics in IT, OT, ICS, SCADA, process control systems, stuff like that. And maybe most important, assessing situations for the self-protection. That is for every helper, every volunteer, very important. Not only that, in regards to OT, it's nearly impossible to get our hands on. The standard hacker can't just get their hands on big OT installations to try stuff, to play with them, to learn about them, to train incident response scenarios. So we need training centers with big OT stuff. For example, large control stations, Leitstände, when you dismantle an old power, water, nutrition plant, whatever, we should take out the control center and put it in a training centrum so we can work with it. Process control engineering and building control systems are also in the same regard. We can get that used. That isn't even very expensive. We should also get some new stuff, but in general, we need the old and the new to train the people on. Also, some software to get around that issue that the cyberware idea from the BSE had in the beginning. And it isn't even a new thing to have such training centers. Like, we are already affording such training centers. For example, the THW has a center where they can train the building and deconstruction of emergency temporary railroad bridges. Yeah, that's a big infrastructure, and they have a building next to it where they can sleep 100 people and feed them and cook for them, so they can stay there a whole weekend and train. It isn't even very expensive. Every country has such training centers for their firefighters, so they can learn how to use the respiratory systems, the masks and the bottles on their backs, and how to operate with them in a smoky environment, in a building, in a train, in a model plane. So we have such centers already. We now need to build them for cyber, not only for fire department and THW, but also for the cyber CHW. But this all stands and falls and works only if the community trusts that this is the right thing to do. And we have a trust problem in the community right now. We have a big problem of awareness, I say. If you've ever been to Shodan.io and messed around with it a bit, I think then we all understand the issue in its clearest form. But we don't trust the authorities too much right now because of things like state trojans, because of things that like data retention, because of ideas to destroy our privacy on the internet. So there is a trust issue. The BSE has a rather good image because of their past engagement in the field. The Ministry of Inner doesn't so far. And we need to find a way around that. So we need protection from the offensive capabilities and capacities of the government for these helpers. And there are structures in place to do that, maybe in the future. So we need a cooperation, yes, but we need to define, we as a community need to define the terms under which we are willing to cooperate with the ministries. If we can find our terms and the ministries, the politicians, the authorities accept them, then I think I can speak for all of us and say there will be trust and commitment from the community. So what are these terms? I spoke around. I asked people, I tried to find out under which conditions they would engage and volunteer their free time to help our society in case of disaster relief, yeah? So we need to make sure that our Nachrichtendienste, that our police forces, that our that all of these can't force the CHW to do something. This needs to be something civil and for disaster relief, not for offensive activities that the Nachrichtendienste or Sicherheitsbehörden want to do. We need to make sure that tools that the community developed over decades of their life, and they'll always be dual use. Forensic tools will have a dual use characteristic by their own very nature. But these tools need to stay with the CHW. They cannot be used in other agencies or in other groups. Otherwise there won't be trust and there won't be commitment. And so we think the legal form of the CHW must fulfill the protection here. And we have a role model here. We can look to the THW and find out how they are doing it, because they have explosives. That's something offensive. They have experts on how to destroy stuff with explosives, and that is offensive. And they were asked by the Ministry of BMVG, what's it called? Our defense, yes. They were asked whether they would be willing to help them out to bust some bunkers in Afghanistan. And they said, no thanks, no. We are non-combatant status. We are civil. We won't do that. And they still have these capacities. For example, if you have a big landslide and the road is blocked, then you need explosives to get it free. So they have the tools, they have the capacities, but they also have a protection from being used offensively. I think we can use that as a blueprint to copy that over, to have the same option that we can do it on our terms and do it civilly as a disaster relief only, and not as an offensive aid of our government. So because of the time, I'll skip all the slides regarding the legal form. We have discussed that in great detail, and if you like, you can read the details in the concept. Yeah, that also. So the THW has something else where we can take a learning from, which would be the reimbursement of costs. So if the volunteer THW helper goes into a mission, goes into an action, then the government pays back their employer the money that they would pay the employee as wage, so that no one has to fear not having a job anymore, and their employer gets reimbursed. That's also a good blueprint to take from, to copy, to implement for Cyberhilfswerk. So that and many other thoughts and concepts and discussions are in the concept that we as AG Kritis wrote. But before I'll open the floor for questions, I need to make a very important disclaimer. The AG Kritis can't and won't found a CHW. We as the AG Kritis, we can only find the terms, find the cooperation model, on what terms we as the community of hackers and nerds and pirates and civilian people would be willing to help the government out in this regard. And so we wrote the manual. This concept is the manual for the government. The AG Kritis won't found the CHW. This is something the government has to do. But we as the AG Kritis, we are willing to consult, we are willing to help out, we are willing to teach how to do it, and we are willing to negotiate on the behalf of the community under what terms we are willing to engage there. Because I think the necessity of founding something like that is very clear, and now it's the question of how we're going to do that. And yeah, let's open the floor for questions, if we have time for that. Do we have time for that?
I see there are lots of questions. First one.
So on the framework from your talk at the beginning, maybe till it got a little bit technical and digital, I saw a lot of similarities to actually climate change. The critical mass from the framework is very, very similar to climate change, what you're trying to do with cyber as well. Just as a sideline, maybe you could actually sort of go two ways to get this thematic more popular.
What's the question? Thank you.
The question is it's very, very similar to climate change, the crisis problem, what we have also in the cyber. There are a lot of parallels. And maybe if you want to get this CHW or the AG Kritis more seen in the public viewed, you could actually also use this criteria in climate change as well as cyber.
Thank you for the suggestion.
Next question. Thank you.
Yes, the question is that perhaps you know the history of THW, Technisches Hilfswerk, and it is a governmental organization. It is in the BME, department of the BME. And okay, do you want another organization form, so it should be completely independent from the government? Or why you don't ask the THW to found such a department?
Well, the answer to that question is in the slides I skipped because of time. Currently, the legal form of a potential CHW isn't decided. We have just discussed 3 or 4 options, and I skipped this discussion because of time reasons. If you're interested in reading about the pros and cons of this or that model, I recommend you to read the concept behind the QR code. And yes, all of these are options. Like one could have an independent THW with a THW as a role model. One could have a group within the THW. One could copy the structure from the Red Cross. There are many options, and we are discussing the pros and cons of them in the concept. But ultimately, the decision of which structure it'll be is something that's up to the government. We are just discussing how the terms and conditions, like our terms, can be implemented in this or that model of a legal form.
Next question.
You often mention proprietary software like Microsoft Windows or Office or SAP, and I think these proprietary structures hinder your efforts with AG Quitis, because if you want, for example, you have an emergency and you said you need to answer maybe with a patch in a few minutes and deal with that, then you can't do that with proprietary software. You have to call the manufacturer, provide an update, and for example, by Microsoft Windows, it may take up to a month till a response is there, an update is there. So are you pushing for open source software where also maybe the members of AG Quitis, of the CHV, can supply a patch and then it can solve the issue in short time?
So, well, yes, obviously we are pushing for open source, but you misunderstood me there a little bit. From the time that a public exploit is available, you only have minutes to patch. But there is a time between a vulnerability being found and an exploit being public. And in that time, one has to develop a patch, even in proprietary software. In the end, it isn't our choice. We can't force everyone to use only open source software. That's still the individual freedom of an operator, what software and structure they're going to use. We are certainly lobbying for that. And like Jimmy as well, in 2013, we wrote that basically is the opinion of the government now on critical infrastructure, and that they basically have to be open source. So that is there. But for this to take effect, it'll take decades. And we won't have decades. So we need to now build the capacities and capabilities in such a way that they can deal with open source, but also with proprietary software. And like, yes, I would love this to change, but for the foreseeable future, we'll have to deal with both.
First of all, thanks for your presentation and all parts of the presentation, and of course the first part on Jimmy. One is elaborating more on where to locate a CHW, and I thought, oh, perhaps it would be nice to have like a Wehrdienst, similar for everybody in the general public to take part in a training, to have resources available everywhere, but of course not located with the Verteidigungsministerium. Was this part of your thinking as well for looking up in the paper on where to locate such a CHW team? And the other question would be how is communication handled to address each cells for patching, in a sense, right? You have to coordinate those volunteers somehow in the absence of classical communication infrastructure. How would that work? Or is it still in progress?
Yes, so the second question, that is still in progress. We are evaluating different concepts for that. We haven't found all the answers yet. It certainly is a big challenge how to handle a decentralized big organization if you don't have internet anymore. That's a question that I think no one has all the answers for. So if you have good ideas, please go ahead and send them to us. And what was the first question? Give me a keyword. Bundeswehr. Yes, Wehrdienst. Yeah, no, I don't think we need that. In my opinion, my personal opinion, that CHW should have a size of maybe 5,000 helpers in the whole of Germany, 4, 6 in that realm. And I think we have potential right now from IT security professionals who could become a help immediately. of like 25, 30,000 people who have the necessary skills. And the general public Wehrdienst won't help. We need people who have the interest and the skill, who maybe perceive themselves as hackers, who may be professionals in the IT security field. We need those people. But we also need helpers who, just help out in the crisis. And you don't need to be a hacker, professional IT security, a pen tester to be able to distribute new passwords, to be able to play back a backup, to be able to. We need both of that. And I think we'll have enough volunteers in the community to do it without force, just by raising awareness about the problem and offering the opportunity to engage.
Hi. So I'm coming from outside of Germany, so I learned these words. But so the THW I see a big difference between the THW and the CHV. Fundamentally, is that fireworks volunteer, for example, they work completely normally in the public environment. Okay, it's a public. They will go for a road, and you were giving an example of a landslide and. Sometimes, of course, there's some they go into private spaces, but mostly it's a general public space. The infrastructure of the infrastructure in the digital world is mostly made up by private companies right now, and what I want to say is that. There's open source that should be pushed on one way. Isn't that also a push to have infrastructure that is actually run in a decentralized way? So like, for example, mesh networks, peer-to-peer, which would be actually open systems, and such a unit would be effective to indeed work in these scenarios and not in just purely private networks.
What's the question?
The question if it pushes the thinking also towards having an infrastructure which is more decentralized than it is currently right now, because even right now government systems are relying a lot on private infrastructure.
We are talking about disaster response, disaster relief. First, the shit hits the fan, and then the CHWs at CRV would respond to that. Although I agree with the idea of having more decentralized systems, of being less forced to be dependent on centralized systems, of proprietary centralized systems, that is the step before the catastrophe. That is something we need to do. But even if we push for that with all our might and force of the community, we won't get it done in time. We still need the disaster relief, the response capacity, to put together the pieces of whatever the pieces that will break first. So no, we are working towards establishing a disaster response capacity, and yes, I agree with the assessment, but that is not the goal of the CHW right now or the aggregators.
Okay, one last question.
My question to you is, how do you see the chances to get this item to a higher level, to end up with this nationalism, to think that Bundestag is the highest of everything, you know? Because, you know, you're here with the pirates, and the pirates are stronger in the higher level European Union than in the Deutsche Bundestag. And what I saw at the FDP, which people they sent to the European Parliament to do the candidates, to become the candidates, I tell you the truth, I prefer to be here with the pirates and not with the FDP. That's my personal point of view. But now again, the question, please, how are your connections to the Europeans? Because there are more people, there are over 200 million people, yes, and Germany is only just 80 million people.
Yeah, no. Yes and no, it's complicated. So we did an analysis of the capacities in Germany. That was already a substantial amount of work to get the analysis of what capacities we have, how they're compromised, how they're comprised of whom, who, like under what legal frameworks they operate, in what cases they respond. And we in Germany, because of the history of Germany, have a very special setup there, and we have a very special legal situation there. We cannot generalize that for Europe. Look to Estonia. They have a military unit, military reserve unit, who make sure that things like the CHV are done. It's the EDL, of Estonia, the Estonian Defense League, who does that. That is unthinkable in Germany. We don't want to have the military operating in our country and doing disaster relief. That's a last resort. That is something we don't want historical to be done. In Austria, it's different. In Austria, that is possible, that you have the Austrian Heer to do disaster relief in the country because of their different constitution. And that is the 3 examples I know of. And we have to do this analysis of what organizations, what teams can do what for every member state of the EU. And only then can we say, how can we unify that? How can we make an organization that works with the constitutional limitations of all the member states? And that is a very big chunk to bite off. And for now, we as 35, 40 people, we barely managed to get this concept with the depth and analysis being done in, 14, 15 months of volunteer work to get these 32 pages together and do the proper research. Like it's not some political speech there that you write down. It's proper research with proper sources and like government inquiries and scientific work in this regard. And we need to do this, yes. And I encourage everyone to do that research for other European countries. For now, I think it's best if we, as a Agricritis, focus on Germany. And as soon as we have built something like CHV, or as soon as the government has built something like a CHV, or it's like well underway, then let's focus to Europe. Let's go to Europe. Let's build these efforts in the other countries as well, and then unify them. But this is not something that we can just dictate from the EU. This is something that has to be developed from the communities in the member states, and then built by their governments, and then unified through Europe. It will be a long game. It needs a lot of helpers and people who engage and invest serious time, not just demonstrating or being for or against something, but actually sitting down, reading, researching, writing, and doing actual work in this field. And we need to do this European-wide, we need hundreds of people who invest months of their lifetime to get this off. And I encourage the community to do that. But we, with our limited resources of the Agricritis, are attempting to do this for Germany, at least at the first step. When this works in a couple of years, yes, we might be able to allocate our resources differently, but I don't think that's realistic for now.
Priorities, right, because there are electrical laws in Germany that actually say when too much electricity flows one way or the other way, it's measured, and they have an FE system there where it just shuts down. So your wash machine is not gonna come back on. It will be, someone has to physically go there and push this FE before it actually works again. And there are lots of laws. I work with electrical in my company, and I know there are a lot of new European laws in electrical. So you'd have to do your homework in the electrics first before you can actually say that's online or internet, or because it's all based on electricity. And if this base is not real, you could solve a lot of basics with a two-way FE if you build this.
No, because the 3 kilowatts that are quoted in the scenario is the normal load of the machine. So the RCDS, or German FE, won't pop, because that's the normal load of the machine operating. But if 1 million washing machines just operate on their own schedule whenever they want, then the load averages out. And it's not an issue at all for the power companies to manage that. But if you coordinate them, that they all come on at the same point in time, then none of their individual machines exceeds their load rating at all. Like they're still below the 3.6 kilowatts that you can draw from a 16 amp power plug here in Germany. No RCDS will fly out there. But if you combine them all, then still not an RCDS will fly, but the frequency prediction that will fly if the mains frequency goes below 49.8 hertz or above 50.2 hertz, 200 millihertz, like in both directions. And that will happen. And that will create the European-wide outage, a blackout. And no individual RCDS will fly.
Okay, as the audience is so eager to ask a question, I will allow another one, but that's the last one.
Because I fear that's going to the bad wordings or wrong wordings. The question was to reinstall a Wehrdienst because to get recruits for the CRW. And I'm a little bit astonished about your answer. That was no. So I think let's go away from Wehrdienst and let it call public service. Because all the organizations you had on your slide, DRK, THW, the Freiwillige Feuerwehren, had a big problem to get recruits since the Wehrdienst was going away because you don't get the volunteers. And you need the people, for my opinion, in two places, for two issues. The first is to have people doing things if you have a crisis. So you must have them. And the second is to bring, in the basic training, the mindset, to set the mindset to be aware of these risks we are now facing. So to bring it in the public, to bring it in the public, the mindset. That are, out of my point, two very good points to bring in a public service. Again, don't call it Wehrdienst.
Yes, like maybe that's something I learned from Jimmy. Maybe that's a bit of his legacy in me there as a liberal. And I think the approach is always, let's see with how little laws we can make do. And if that doesn't work out, let's adjust, let's change it like a year later or 2 years later when we have some results. So that's why I'm hesitant to say, yes, we should have some kind of obligation, legal obligation to help out there. Because the moment we published that concept, I received a lot of emails and like the rest of the Architektes as well, from people who say, yes, that is what we need. Where can I sign up? I want to be a volunteer helper at the CHW. Our response was, we don't have the CHW yet. We are the Architektes, we are writing the manual. And we have a couple, like five-digit sum amount of hackers in Germany, 10, 15, 20, 25,000 in that realm. And every one of them has used Shodan.io and has found like wind generating plants, wind power or water power or ICS systems in our economy that are live on the internet, that are controllable with default passwords. We've all seen that. The problem awareness is there, I think. And the issue is there as well. So let's see if we can make do with volunteers. If that doesn't work out, yes, then such an obligation could be part of a solution, but I wouldn't want to commit on that right now. Like let's see how it develops. And in the end, the government has to found the CHW. It's not us. We can only provide the manual. We can only say how it could be done, but we can't do it.
Thank you very much. So we will now be having 1 hour lunch break. Take your time, help yourself down there. Happy networking. We'll see you later.
Aha, that's perfectly what we need. Hey, do you have the laptop? Which was
Du kriegst das, dann kannst du dich da vorstellen, dann mache ich jetzt mal mit. Und dann tust du einfach so.
Are you now streaming?
Nee, ist nicht. Ja, sag mal. Ich sagte Fake-Fotos. Weißt du, Fake-Fotos macht man nicht in der Öffentlichkeit. Nicht zu tun. Was tut ihr dazu? Ein bisschen zwischen dem Schild und dem Logo.
Ja.
Security content on the right side.
I see your point now.
Right. Now it's nice. And make action.
Yeah, like speaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And what do you on that?
Don't move.
Yeah.
Don't move.
Yeah. I'm answering the questions, you know. The questions I'm asking. Okay.
That's good. So, du musst uns gucken. Is that okay?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yo. What should we do?
Yeah, like we should add also the print screen from the web page.
Now I need Gregory, he can talk with you. Gregory! Mr. Engels, please. Come to stage, please. On the stage.
So what's the plan?
Go into this direction. Okay, carry.
We need the green logo.
We need the front.
Yeah.
Nicholas, we need the front of this, and you on the front. Yeah.
No, what?
Go. You go to this.
I go there? No.
And you go to the PSC.
I go here?
Yeah, fine.
Okay, like that?
And then you talk together.
Oh yeah, now you see. Okay. So then, we mock a conversation, so that we see the green logo in the background.
A little bit together.
Like that? So, okay, and on the right, and so we have a conversation, like we have a huge audience here, so it's actually a good that we have this conversation.
Yeah.
So it's a record.
So for the record, I think everyone will be very happy to see this wonderful conversation we are currently having. That could never ever go wrong, and we will definitely get the money next year as well.
Yeah, and actually, I've also enjoyed that you have so many logos around the room with the green collection. So I actually like that logo. Actually, you can go see it everywhere.
Yeah. It's everywhere. Hopefully not on the street. Okay, I think.
Ja, so ist es. Wenn du Schweiz auf. Ja. Okay. dann guck mal. Wo ist er denn? Im Raum. Im Winterraum. Günther!
Neben seinem Grundstück ist eine Tankstelle abgerissen worden und ein Mehrfamilienhaus gebaut worden. Und das hat ihn sehr geärgert.
Natürlich. Natürlich. Ja. Da brettert einer ins Rathaus, weil er um seine Tankstelle trauert. Wo leben wir eigentlich? Wirklich, wo leben wir eigentlich? Und natürlich ist es bei Attacken gegen Politiker völlig egal, ob es FDP...
Nochmal versuchen. Touchpad bedienen oder kannst du alles machen? Funktioniert alles. Check, ich glaube, ich habe es drauf. Ja. Da kann ich noch nicht jetzt versuchen. Ja, nur falls. Guckst du rechts nach rechts, das D, Klick, und dann haben wir sofort nach vorne gestimmt. So, natürlich kann man das. Ja, wie Video ist es meistens ja, das ist nicht so einfach.
weil ich habe tatsächlich am Anfang immer den Fehler gemacht, gestanden und wusste genau, das. Ohne Zettel erstmal, weil ich nicht dran gedacht habe. Da stehst du oben, redest, deine Zeit ist vorbei, gehst wieder runter, scheiße, das habe ich vergessen, das habe ich vergessen, das habe ich vergessen. Deswegen Zettel.
The Bucket drin? Welcome back after our lunch break. Our next panel will start now with Kurt Klein. He will be talking about drones as a means of hybrid warfare. Please let me introduce him to you. After completing his training as an electrical engineering assistant, he joined the German Armed Forces in 1989. From 1990 to 2003, UAV Battery 100. He trained and used in the function of drone flight planning, surveying, aerial photo evaluation, optical infrared radar, airspace coordination, and he was on missions for S4 and NKAVM. He's in UAV Surgeon Mayor, planning and training of personnel for 18 operational contingents for KFOR and ISAF. He's a drone specialist advisor for large units on exercises and in operational planning. Specialized knowledge about reduction of detectability in the electromagnetic spectrum of armed forces. He's security officer and staff of the 1st NATO Signal Battalion. And he's also a member of the City Council of Duisburg and the Committee for Personal Administration and Digitization. Please welcome him on stage.
Thank you.
So hopefully you can hear me. Okay. A story telling about unrecognized threats. So I found out, and the first part of my speech I will shorten because we have already heard much about blackouts. So I try to stick on the big points and then go to the threat of droning. So at first, drone is a very unspecific term for a very widespread area of systems. It means anything and nothing, and that's maybe becoming a problem. We will see why. So it's normally used by the press in publications, and normally it should give you a picture of something which is flying around and doing more or less autonomous things. So it's flying, a drone, we think. So it's better, that's a drone, yes, but it's better to talk about an unmanned aerial vehicle, because that it is what it is. Then we have, if you get a remote control, in addition to that, to fly that thing or operate it, then you have an unmanned aerial system. So why it's now important to speak about that? That's an official slide from Frontex, how they secure the European borders. And there we are talking about unmanned underwater vehicles, unmanned surface vehicles, large UAV, something what's flying, UJV, also unmanned ground vehicles, and again, flying things. And that, anything of that is a drone. So in later discussions, when we will solve problems, we have to specify about which part of this widespread area we are talking. So then I was a visitor of this civil security research symposium in Duisburg, end of last year. And it was about resilience in civil security and so on. And there are some topics I'm interested in. So I visited this symposia, and it was a very awesome thing to do this, because I found out that there are many things that are urgent, has to be talked about, are not in the minds of the guys and are not researched so on. So that is one of the slides. I can pull it down, because if you have this small red, the small red thing in the middle, cut off the electricity, and the rest of the smart city will be a black hole. And there also these city authorities stand by zero how to deal with that. And that is a fact. So the outcome was, the more single systems will be integrated in more or less dense networks or matrices, the more the complete system is vulnerable against threats. So, interesting. This applies especially for long ongoing energy blackouts. We talked about it. The outcome was that there has to be more research in resilience. Okay. Summary. One result was an Excel sheet which allows the community, again, the community or the city community authorities to register their critical infrastructures. So even every city at the moment don't know which are her critical infrastructure. Drones or unmanned aerial systems appeared frequently in these things as little useful helpers. And I found also out they are too small to be a threat. So the civil security research has dealt with drones as a threat in terrorist organization things. And that was for me very surprising, because we have areas in the world where this use of drones is a threat which is at the moment not really handleable. and it's ongoing and rising. So also in the civil security community, whereas rise slowly in this, also in the civil security community means police, drones now pop slowly up as violence of privacy, so filming your neighbor when he is naked, in touch with violating airspace rules in airports. And that is the other truth. Meanwhile, in Europe, every airport at least once a week has an incident with a drone violating the airspace. That is not so discussed in the open because that may be fear. Every week, every airport in Europe. So if they are right, this ends my speech and we can take a coffee. Do you think I have some more slides? Yes, of course. Daily reality outside Europe. In general conditions, the attractiveness of using mini-UAS for opposing militant forces, OMF, is not the damage potential. It's the ability of surprising attack the enemy over distance without perishing my own fighters. Means my drone operator, or UAS operator in this case, survives. So you take experience, so you become better. And that is something every military organization is thinking it's a good thing. The systems can be used with low technical and aeronautical knowledge because these systems are designed as easy to learn products for the commercial mass markets because they are toys. They are cheap, worldwide available, and will be delivered by post everywhere because unmodified, they are civil goods for the toy and hobby sector. You can buy every as terrorist weapon used drone by the internet without harm any law. So also training of the operators can be done open in every park or hobby club, and flight failures can be fixed very easily by cheap spare parts. So low cost training. Easy to transport, fast preparation, and fast retreat opens terror organizations a maximum of operational flexibility and mobility. The operator, I said it, survives normally in operation because he is not exposed to the enemy impact. This means on long term that the organization gets very experienced unit. As a benefit, they produce at the same time their propaganda material. They normally use in social media for recruiting and supporter issues. And that on a very high quality level. So while only a few years ago the range of these systems were limited to a few hundred meters, the fast technical advance make it now easy possible to act over kilometers with a wide range of payloads. So hopefully you can now hear the audio file. Wollen wir auf Pause so lange? Okay, no audio, and then I will explain it. So it's a French television team driving in the area of
The
Mosul.
driver rapidly parks the truck out of sight between two buildings.
Called real journalists doing
This
things
battlefield
in
rocket,
war
the
areas.
organization can now strike from the air.
And they had a drone
Several
impact
suits up.
near
He's
the
going
car.
up to the roof. It's a strategic location that dominates the whole sector.
So now they
and Islamic
go
State
onto a
snipers know
roof
it.
with the unit commander where they are
It's impossible to set
targeted from snipers, and that is what the guy say, 5 to 10
drones rotate every day here.
attacks
They
per
target
day
our logistic lines
with
and our
a drone.
ammunition depots. So far this morning we've been bombed 3 times. By the end of the day they will have targeted us 15 to 16 times. They do this every day.
On the ground, the fighters are forced to break through walls to move undetected.
No. Okay, then we can stop the video. So, there's so often attacks by drones per day that the freedom of movement is only given by breaking through the walls of the houses for the own movement, to do it not observed. And that is, in military operations, a really big problem. If I don't have the freedom of movement, I have problems to do my operations. So, in real time, in 2017, in the area of Mosul, that is daily business. On one day in Iraq, advance stopped nearly complete because over that day, nearly 70 drones were in the air. Now there's next problems. At one time, there were 12 drones simultaneously over our head, but under our air superiority. So even if you have air superiority, you don't have a real weapon to deal with that threat, because it's under your air defense shield. So the only possibility of reaction was hand weapon fire. And that is not a journalist or a private from the Iraqi army. That was the commander of the United States Special Operations Command. So the guy who commands the Delta Force, the shields, and everything. And also is commanding United States drones, or UAS, how we say. So, terrorist groups has learned that their opponents have massive deficits in combating UAS and make use of this. Raising. While it is hard to break through ground-based security measures, meanwhile, because all this beton stuff and or concrete stuff and so on, it's easy to do this from above without any losses. So I don't need 3 or 4 suicide vehicle-borne IEDs to get through the gates, and then I can act in the area. I do it from above and don't lose any one man. So, to the numbers. In Iraq, we have 2017 44,905 incidents. Incidents mean some organization doing something with a weapon, firearms, or explosives against another organization. So police, National Army, also human aid NGOs are also targeted by these groups. 44,905. Means more than 100 a day. 2017 in Iraq. In comparison, Syria, we have 3,200 and so 825, we know what it was. Why are Syria so low? Syria is an active, high-intensity warfare area, so everything what you can count to the warfare is then not an incident. That's then normally what's happened behind the military lines when the terror groups then attack maybe the Red Cross or some other food helpers, then they're trying to get a normal life in the non-combatant areas. So, and then if you go by type, we have in Iraq 218 incidents by airborne IED, so it's called, and in Syria it's 68. Raising. That seems not so much, but 218 is when the civil security say, oh, drones are not a threat. If someone uses it 280 times, I think it is a threat because it functions for him. And so he will use it again and again and again. Most common types of in the area Syria and Iraq used unmanned aerial systems. So you see you have the first three are quadcopter systems and the second three are fixed wing models. All manufacturers are Chinese firms and you can every one of them legal buy in the internet. You will get it delivered by DHL or Hermes or how it calls. Legal. So here we have a Phantom quadcopter. Payload is up to 0.2 kilogram. The RC range is 400 if you change it, extend it 800 meters. And the sensor data is receivable up to 700 meters. And so you see, then you put like something like a drink glass and then throw things out of that. And so it's a weapon. The Matrix quadcopter, there you have a payload up to 1 kilogram, so 5 times the same. You can operate it up to 5 kilometers from your own position, and yeah, you don't get the live stream what you are doing because that's also restricted to 700 meters. The Skywalker X8, payload 1 kilogram, RC range is variable, sensor data is variable. And if you see this picture on the right side, that's our comrades from the ISIS, Daesh, how you want to call them. Yeah, that looks like an Air Force parade. And they use it every day. You see then the picture below, 2 guys starting one of these UAS, and a grounded UHS by an Iraqi soldier hold into the camera. The most common payloads. We have on the first picture now that and that are normal bomblet. It's normal artillery submunition is in use of every country, except Germany. We don't shoot them longer because it's the UXO rate is up to 30%, and that was wanted. So 1/3 of the bomblets you throw down will not explode, but you have a hollow charge mine laying in the landscape. So if you touch it, it will then function. So even if you survive the rain from above, you can also touch it on the ground. So, and that is, I put it in this drinking glass, and then I throw it per, push the button, and then it flows down. So maybe not the best hit rate, but it's raining something from above, and that is a very uncomfortable thing. The second common payload is the 40mm grenade. I think the best known variant is if you take an M16 and this grenade launcher under the barrel. That is the M203. That is using this 40mm grenades. You have a wide range of payloads in that. So then you make something, you need not a wing righted by a 3D printer. That's an example that the other side is using modern technologies for their issues. They do it. You can also take a badminton ball and glue that to the 40mm grenade, and you have also the so-called Leitwerk, I don't need the English word, ready. Something you can use. Moscow payloads, then you have the RPG warhead mounted on an UAS, and so it was used as a cruise missile. Yeah, staying as a kamikaze into the target. This one not explodes, good for the target. Daily use in some areas of this world. Then we had, I think, the first UAV swarm attack on the Marmin air base in Syria. It's operated by the Russian Air Force to protect the Latakia naval base. And that is a little bit newer. That is from the beginning of 2018. So 13 of these, and that's now new, that's complete self-constructed. 13 self-constructed UAVs, every one of them with up to 10 bombs with 400 grams of explosive material. We are started more than 100 kilometers from this base away and were GPS guided attacking the airbase. The outcome? 7 were downed by the RDS-2A6 Tunguska, while the other were misguided by electronic countermeasures. And there was one of the misguided ones. The taken damage was not high, but it was an impressive demonstration which capabilities non-state actors can reach with limited budgets. Because now, as the airport commander, I have to do things to avoid such attacks again. And to be honest, if we say, okay, we make it maybe in Munich or Düsseldorf, 16 of them are operated on this airbase. And I think if you live in the near of the airport, you have a problem if they're doing something. That's 4 30mm machine cannons with 8 surface-to-air missiles. And they need 16 of them to shoot down 7 of these little drones. At the moment, the German army has not one air defense system with this capability. So, that now out of the part. Hallo, Teilnehmer? So, we have this white Toyota pickup. And you see the video is brilliant. It's a toy drone. And now it takes target to this compound of the Iraqi army. Someone tries to hit him in before. Don't hit him. Hit it. Now, nice video to see the explosion twice. That's ISIS multimedia free in the internet. And believe me, you don't want to be at that impact point at that moment. Here in other variant, we have a convoy of the Iraqi army. So if you don't have seen him, they show you where it is and then go into this convoy. And now we have a procedure. Now all others where not was hit are go now to help. And there is coming the second guy. And you see all these little cars trying to avoid him. And so also the helpers were hit. And at the end we see an infantry fighting vehicle on a burning truck. So that might be enough of the self-murder videos. And that happens every day. So now the other thing of terrorism, and that is, I think, more fear than the other one. I'll make a nice picture of my tool. So they are flying to UAS at that moment. And that's a 40mm grenade. And that are not normal passants, yeah? But if you now say, okay, I'm now on the Munich Oktoberfest, and such a thing is happening, you have a problem. There's a really problem. So now you see all the other guys now concentrating on that point of impact. Yeah? They go in front to help them. And now there comes this other guy from behind. And yeah, now you have two problems. And I'm relatively sure that our videos, they tried it 100 times, and in 99 times they throw it somewhere in the landscape. Or even that is fearsome enough, I think. And that happens every day, again and again and again. So even if there is not so much damage potential, normally one or two of the guys lying around and are bleeding. In the best case. I think some of them will not survive that. So, and again, we talk about toys for children and ammunition that you can buy on the mass market for cents. They have a multi-million billion tank, which is out of order because the commandant, I think he is very hardly injured. Yeah? So and that's daily business. So that is, again, this M1 Abrams of the Iraqi army. And then you see, again, this impact. The commander is away. But what you also, or what's the idea behind that is now, it's a very brilliant picture. High density. Huh? We don't need multi-million dollar cameras on military UAVs. That is what you get from Chinese manufacturers for 160 euros via the post. So that concludes my speech. Questions?
Any questions? All shocked still by the pictures? So here.
I might have missed it, but what are the advancements in jamming signals?
And the problem or at the moment it's so. So all these things operate in the channel where's international okay for RC models. That to gem is not a problem, but these channels are in between the normal UHF, also ultra high frequency. So you also kill normal speeches over Funkgeräte. So the second problem is do it here in a dense or a country with a dense Bevölkerung, population. Yes, you cannot countermeasure in this case because internet and so on will be disturbed. So that is a problem we have to think about, and we have to think about very, very fast about it, because that is also not a question if, it's only a question when, because that is no really, you have not much to do to get that anything together. And the first 200 flights I made in the park, beside you, and you don't have an idea what I'm at the end want to try then. So to get them in front, I don't think so. No. So we need, in my opinion, systems where we have the normal use, the legal use of UAS, like an RFID chip. So they say, okay, I'm in the air, and you have then a database behind that to sort out which of the launches are not known by the authorities. Because in Germany it is so, if I want to start a UAS, I have to say it to the city authority, and they say yes or no. So we have the system, but we don't have a chance to check it. And then, okay, I have then this one UAS, what I then have maybe to stop. But to be honest, again, all what I have seen until now to do this, so there are ideas, I took twin UAS with a net in the middle, and then I tried to catch it like a fish. Okay, so if you remember the fixed-wing UAVs, that is such a bird. Fetch it with a net with two quadcopter drones. I don't know it. Not impossible, but schwierig.
Speaking of birds, what do you think about the attempt to use trained hawks to protect certain areas like airports or something else?
The same. They do it as long as they first try to catch a quadcopter drone, because then it hurt the feet, so the bird never will do it again, because they say, okay, that hurts me, and no.
Another question? Yeah.
Yes, we know this operation was very impressive, and my question is, what do you think why it to this time not happened here? Perhaps there are some circumstances that it will be not so popular to do it here.
Okay, to be honest, the use of drones in Iraq, Syria, Mali, and Afghanistan raising is so high that they have to implement. I said it. You can buy it via internet legal, but the need of spare parts and new drones are so high that they have founded own networks with companies which then buy as a company a container full of UAS to use them in the fightings. So the second problem is also a 40mm grenade you don't get on the weekend market. You have to buy it. So, and that is a moment you have to interact with the outer world to get this grenade. And that gives the security authorities the chance to overview your communication, and then I'm for sure, then they will take you out of the picture before you are so far that you can do it. But that is something maybe you can ask the police of Munich how many of the guys they caught, but I don't think you will get an answer. But when I have to deal with also the topic ISIS, I've seen that foreign sites, when I see Islamistic foreign sites in the internet, they exist 3 days to 5 days, and then they were offline. So, believe me, in behind, the security authorities within Europa, also the USA, are very, very busy to get that under control. And as long as, again, if I would be here 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and say, okay, you have to secure your cities, your shopping malls against suicide vehicle attacks. Everyone would say, are you mad? That happened here never. So so sad it is to say it. We need the Breitscheidplatz to get it in the brains of the people that we have to think about such things.
Next question.
You're talking about 2 or 3 years ago. There was that incident where Chancellor Merkel was at a public event and some guy flew a drone right in front of her. I mean, all the security guys were standing around. If that drone was armed, it would have been a fatal incident. So, do you know if there are any measurements in Germany to work against such incidents? I guess it's not very easy to do this.
To be honest, this incident, and yes, it was a pilot doing that. At that time, we don't have the picture we now have. So this usage from mini UAS as weapons was in the beginnings. So last year, in the end of last year, I spoke with very much persons from police, from the police, from different cities, and they said, okay, we don't have that on our screen as such a threat, because now, even because the purchase of these things are so high now, drones by us as violence of privacy, filming the neighbor or doing something other things. And yes, the problem is high raising in the airport areas, so as violation of airspace rules. As a weapon of a terrorist, they starting now to think about it, and to be honest, yes, and they say, yeah, and what had we do at the when it comes down, I say, hopefully that there is no explosion in it, because at that time nobody had that idea that could happen.
Me? Yeah. Maybe you can do something in the beginning. You have to have new rules for the uncontrolled airspace. That's the airspace from the ground up to 100 feet. And you can make a rule that every UAV has to wear a transponder. And if there is an unknown flying object with no transponder, you can destroy it maybe. You can build up electronic fences near the area of the airport, but you have to stop the electronic fence if you have landing or starting flying engines. So maybe you can try to get more security, but it's no 100% security. But the authorities has to be prepared for that. And I didn't hear anything that they are doing preparations for those events. Even that the chancellor is on a marketplace and an unexpected drone is flying before her face. And maybe we should press the authorities to think that theme to make more security, but you have to change the rules anyway.
Okay, that will be a widespread answer. So we have also at the moment we have the so-called Drohnenverordnung is active. That will be stopped at the 31st of May, because then the European Drohnenverordnung has to be implemented as national right. So they there will make some, like you can report or make a no-fly area, because you say, okay, I'm a hospital, so it's no-fly area. I'm police, no-fly area. That goes in a database. That goes to the manufacturers, and that these no-fly areas will be then. Okay. That was the next point. Yeah. So you will not be able to operate your UAS in so-called no-fly areas. And yeah, you are right. We have the discussion in the forums. How can I make that away? But you have out of my side, you have another problem. We have no oversight what's going on, because also, and now you have to go to a city and say, I want to Ordnungsamt, is normal the Amt, I want to launch a drone. And then you will make the experience that at every Ordnungsamt in this country, you will get another answer. So we have no rules there. Then you get your allowance to launch a drone. At the second, we don't have a system which says the police or also the airspace coordination authority, which is a legal launch and which was not asked. Not so, because you have to use this weapon. So now we have this nasty use that's normally the spotters. There comes my plane is coming. So I go with the drone because I want a photo from above. I'm flying this drone in the airspace coordination area, and that is enough work at the moment for the police to get that under control, and there is no idea how to do it. And then a step forward, so I have now a weapon which is used. There are very high Hochwertveranstaltungen, events. So there will be high value events. They become very special secured. There you have a unit which disturbs the complete Funknetz, but that is a ministerial decision, a ministerial single decision that you are allowed at that moment to throw away the complete networks. So that's only for high value events with maybe the chancellor. In future, yes, they think about it and they secure that. But we have to talk about civil public security, and there we stand very near by zero at these questions.
Okay. Any more questions? No? Jan?
I beg your pardon for the bad English, but I used it 4 years ago the last time.
Thank you very much. We'll be having a very short coffee break from 10 minutes before we come to the last panel of today. Thank you. Darf ich tun? Okay, noch hole ich mal. So please come back to your seat so we can proceed with the last panel. So, the last panel will be held by Alexis Roussel. He is talking about the digital integrity of the human person. He's a member of the Swiss Pirate Party and has also been active as its president. The lawyer trades with bitcoins in Neuchâtel and wants to anchor the digital integrity in the Swiss constitution with a new initiative. Stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, thank you all. Thank you, hi Internet. So I'm going to present you an initiative we've been working in Switzerland since a few years already. It's been building up, and giving you the state of where we are. But I think throughout this conference we had several times topics about talking about the new digital rights and how the focus should be on the digital rights, and but we're still missing some pieces and maybe some wordings. And we've been working on this this concept of digital integrity of the human person as a new fundamental right, and I'm going to explain a bit how we came to that idea of wording it that way, and what are a bit the implication of it. So first. The first thing is, why did I myself also as a pirate? Well, how did I come into this world of being a pirate? And I think one of my biggest inspiration, well, I was already a pirate at that time, but one of my biggest inspiration was when Peter Sunde was at his trial. And there's this video done by Arte, which is very good. I recommend you to watch this movie called TBBFK. And the judge wants to be funny and wants to be connected and young, and he says, yeah, you guys are meeting IRL in real life. And then Peter Sunde said, no, we don't use that expression IRL. We use AFK, away from keyboard, because while we are away from keyboard, or when we're connected, we're still in the same life. Internet is for real, and there's a continuity between normal life and the real life and internet life. So it showed that between the judge and Peter Sunde there was this gap, so that was one important moment for me when I realized that. The other thing I saw is, like, when you look at actual governments, or how in the Silicon Valley it is happening. And a lot of companies also in Europe, they want to build the industry of the 21st century based on this principle, which is personal data is the new oil. And that always felt wrong for me. That was always felt wrong because, yeah, of course, it's something that has a lot of energy, a lot of value, and companies are creating a lot of value, but the downsides are very big. And it's touching people. So building a whole industry principle, and you even have German ministers in Germany who were saying, yeah, we are shaping the whole industry based on this principle. And I think that's basically very wrong. So how do we go past this, and how do we fight this by actually providing a space for us to be humans? And that's the whole point. The concept is pretty simple. You already have a right, and this is a fundamental right which exists, which is called the right to live. And inside the right to live, you have a physical and a mental integrity, and a state. Every state is meant to protect your physical and your mental integrity. And this is written in many constitutions, many human rights documents. So I assume now there is also a digital part, digital integrity, that needs to be protected from the person. Why is respecting the integrity, physical but also digital, of the person important? Because this is the way a state can guarantee that the person remains autonomous and free. If the person is always threatened in its own physical existence, then he is not free. He or she is not free. So for me, just the mere fact of harvesting data of a person without the person even giving any consent, and maybe even possibly using that data is something which is harming the digital integrity of the person. So what it means is that this concept of digital integrity means that we recognize that the right to live, where it's part, the right to live today is part of has the right to physical and mental integrity. If we add the digital part, it recognizes basically that our life has been extended in the digital, in the digital element. So we are not made only of a body and a mind, but we're also made out of our personal data. Personal data are not objects, they are part of our body. They are constituting our body. Which means that if someone is touching it and is manipulating it, then first, the only thing, we can only allow someone to touch our body and our data if we consent to it. And that's what GDPR is trying to find, a better balance in the consent. But it's also not allowed to manipulate and to hurt us. So, which means also we cannot sell this body. We cannot sell our data the same way we cannot sell our body. You're not allowed to cut your arm and to sell this arm to someone else, because this breaks your autonomy, breaks your freedom. It also has an impact on how we view ourselves in the digital space. A lot of people tell us, oh, if you don't want to be tracked, it's very easy, don't post on Facebook. No? That's a common thing you hear, that it's your sole responsibility to know exactly where your data is. And this is also exactly how GDPR and GDPR is a bit new, but most of the rules about data protection are made. You have to know where the data is in order to protect yourself against the abuse that is made out of it. But in reality, no one has a clear view of his own digital self. And the same way, a lot of people don't understand the implication of their mind or even sometimes their body. People who are in a hospital and don't have a functioning mind, they are not less human. They are human, they have their rights, and we need to protect them. So no law can assume, or no system to defend your rights can assume that you know where your data is. So we need to find a system where indeed the law can work even if you don't know where your data is. So by recognizing this right to digital integrity, and as I said just before, the mere fact of collecting, harvesting data is something which is harmful for you. This is a way where we can say, if a company or well, first a state, because we're in the constitutional area right now, but ideally in the future, if someone else, a third party that you don't know, has data on you, and even wants to try to use it, then he should not have it at the first place, and there should be tools to be able to force him to delete it. But it doesn't need to come from you. It can come from the society who wants to not agree on this. So I had a question. I had a question about if it's compatible with GDPR or not. And actually, this principle is so high that, like every principle, the right to physical integrity is declined then into laws. So you have this principle, the right to live, which is usually very high in the Constitution. It represents what the state guarantees you as a person. And then there are laws which go into details and provide subsequent rights to it. So all the rights which are inside the GDPR, like the right to access, right to deletion, they all stay and they all have to be described, but they all are part of a bigger right, which is the right to be respected in your digital integrity. Until now, those rights of access, deletion, right to be forgotten, all these kinds of rights, they are being there just to help you to protect yourself against abuses that are being done against by using some of the data that concerns you. So this is the type of wordings that are being used, and people cannot difficultly. It's difficult for people to relate to this kind of things. If it's just harming your physical body or harming your digital body and your digital integrity, people can relate, and they can go in front of the judge and they can say, oh, I don't understand what the person did to me, but they harmed me. And today, if you want to protect yourself from digital threats, you have to be called Max Schrem, have 2 years of procedure, be a legal expert, and you can win against Facebook. But someone which is, we had the case in Switzerland, we have a company called Money House, which is collecting data and misusing this data against the people, and they are legally able to do so. And we were in a way where we couldn't, we did the maximum we could to challenge them, but at one point, even the simple fact of challenging them was complicated and something that a normal person couldn't do. So this it goes for this. On GDPR, there is one important element that needs to be changed. This would be an impact of GDPR being going into the scope of the digital of protection of the digital integrity is the reformulation of Article 2. So the Article 2, if you look at it, it's the material scope of the GDPR. I call it the security black hole, which means basically a state, as long as it is for security reasons, prevention, or anything, then they can do anything they want with the data. And if you think that the data is related to person are the people that they have to deal with, well, the same. Even though we're in a state where you can, where there's a threat, it's not because there's a threat and there's security work that they have to put everyone in prison, or that they have the right to shoot everyone. So here the same. Because we're in the digital space made out of humans, everyone has digital integrity that should be protected. The state should be also creating a security model which respect these human rights, and currently they're completely excluded of it. I believe that we are going to push towards a decentralized society, so a more decentralized society. Switzerland is already an extremely decentralized society, traditionally built like this. But the tools that we're going to use more peer-to-peer tools. We're going to use more the structure the social networks, the way we communicate. We will see more and more peer-to-peer organization around the society in all the levels. And it's important there that the state, as long as it exists, and as long as it exists in the form we know today, has to create a relationship with the people who are using this space, which is favorable for the people, and it shouldn't be a conflict between the state and the people. And so the objective of the state is to make sure that the people remain autonomous and remain free. So they should be, and we think, for example, that a peer-to-peer network is something where we can be more free on and use it. So a state should be there to promote the use of peer-to-peers and promote the security, for example, on the network, instead of trying to keep holes and always fighting those networks. So how do we implement this principle? So Switzerland is a great place because we have one federal constitution, and we have also 26 state constitutions. But first, we have identified. I have identified in the Swiss constitution. I started from there. There is an article which says every person has the right to personal liberty, and in particular to physical and mental integrity and freedom of movement. And this is really interesting because here, the idea is that we're going to add the scope of the digital space. There is the same article or similar article, let's say, but you can read it, the words are almost the same. In the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, everyone has the right to respect his or her physical and mental integrity. If you take in France, the system is a little bit different. Those words don't appear the same way, but they appear in the criminal code, where you have one section about crimes against physical integrity and crimes against mental integrity. And so maybe that could help thinking of, oh, maybe in the criminal code we can add crimes against digital integrity. So this is a tool which is usable. So the idea of those changes is just to add the word digital here. And so this is it's a proposition which is a food for thought, and it's going to take time to maybe have something similar, that approach. But the idea in Switzerland is that we can also make a debate which is very, the debate is really easy to do in Switzerland. We can easily initiate it, and maybe we can even set up a proposal to change the constitution and initiate harder this debate, like forcing people to vote on it, yes or no. So there is a start of implementation, which happened in one of the cantons. We are very lucky. That's 26 countries in Switzerland, basically, and they all have constitutions. They've all made these constitutions in different times, and from time to time, one of them will go through a renewal process, and they gather. An assembly which is dedicated to write this constitution, like a state, you know, they move through different constitution, and Valais is just taking this process right now of writing their new constitution, and there is a committee of fundamental rights which is writing this new section of the fundamental rights, and they already They took in this proposition, and they added in their documentation. So this will be presented to the General Assembly of the Constitution in Valais throughout this year, and hopefully, maybe we'll see in the debate. Hopefully, it could be accepted. So I'm presenting this in many events. So these are a few things where I've been presented. A very important thing is that the data protection institutions, especially the French-speaking, so the Swiss one and the French, they invited me several times. So they want me to show this principle, but they did also something very important. There is this convention called 108. I don't know if 108 plus, which is the Council of Europe, which is working on data protection, and there is the Association of French-speaking data protection authorities, which is called the AFA-PDP. They have made a statement about this this Convention 108, and they didn't go that far to say there is a digital life and there is a right to digital integrity, but they said something very important. Is they really took this coming back. They made this political declaration that personal data are elements of the person, and this is already something which they've been pushing. So the next step for them, if they consider data as being element of the person, then you can start thinking. You can be open to consider that life has been extended to the digital realm. Then some achievements. So some of them, what is interesting when I talk about these achievements, that they went very undercover. You know, no one noticed them really. Last year there was a big survey. Every year there is elections. We do specific survey for candidates, and they have to answer a number of questions about politics. And we had the chance. I had the chance through my network to add questions on digitalization of the society. And so we asked questions, what do you think about adding the right to digital integrity in the Constitution? And so about 2,000 or 3,000 candidates at the national level in Switzerland had to answer this question. And it's interesting because no one noticed it, but everyone answered it. And the answer was, for the Greens, it was 99% yes, of course. And even the SVP, which is the good, strong, right party in Switzerland, they said 55% yes. So there is like a wide acceptation, and of course, younger you are, better it is. But there is a wide acceptation of the concept just by reading it, saying, "Oh, do you feel that it's okay?" Yes, people would say. Another noticeable element which is much further away. 2015, the Socialist Party in Switzerland was made a big work to create their position paper on the internet society, and again they did a pretty good job. They open up the debate internally, but also with some external expert, and I had the chance to be consulted through this during this exercise. And since 2015, the Swiss Socialist Party has the objective to add the right to digital integrity in the constitution. So they might not know completely about it, but they felt also that it was okay at that time, that it was a good thing to do. So the next step for me is we're having a conference in the University of Neuchâtel. It's a half-day conference which is going to take place next week, and where all teachers from different domains are coming: constitutional law, criminal law, commercial or civil law, and they will all going to come and start commenting on this new right. At the same time, at this event, we'll get the person from the Cantonal Valais Commission who will come and also explain why he thought they should add this in the Cantonal Valais. Also, the day after, there's the Winter Congress of the Digital Gesellschaft. I'm going to present there. So I'm continuing to push the work. What I want to do is that I want to publish an essay on digital integrity. I'm writing it. It's taking some time, but hopefully will be able to release that. I want to launch legal research. So this is a bit the idea of the work that I'm doing with the University of Neuchâtel right now. And hopefully I can initiate some Swiss cantonal or even a federal initiative on the topic. What is also interesting about these initiatives is that every canton has its own constitution, so we can add this principle in local constitutions. But at the same time, it's something which is achievable. It's something that you can actually you can say, okay, how many signatures I need to make a debate, and I need to a certain amount of money, and it's a smaller scope initiative which we can easily start. And so we're in a security conference, so obviously I wanted to have a point about how could this affect security policy, especially from a pirate point of view. So now we are building a world, and in this world we have humans which are digitally existent. Data is part of the person, and we need to respect the digital integrity of the people. How does a security policy looks like in a world like this? Today we have a schizophrenic approach. That means that the government is there to secure some infrastructure, but in reality we see that they are using a lot of tools which are destructive, and we don't feel safe in this environment. So it's a bit strange. Why they think a lot of people who are in charge of the actual security policy thinks they're trying to do a good job, but they don't see the destructive approach of their manner, because they don't realize they're in a space where actual human beings are there. They only think it's networks and data. So networks and data, human rights don't apply there. And we say, no, human rights also apply there. So, for example, the fact that the police, the Staat Trojan, the fact that the police force is actively using Trojan horses with 0 days in it is a very destructive tool, because the 0 day is something which is a hole which is open in maybe everyone's phone or everyone's computer or everyone's software that we are using. So the potential damage is huge. So a state who wants to create a secure environment for its own citizen should have an approach of fixing those holes instead of keeping them to be reused. So what I was thinking is, like, a state should have a full disclosure policy, but a violent full disclosure policy, not giving time even for companies to repair. really like as we see holes, we show those holes and we give the opportunity to everyone to fix them as quickly as possible. Obviously, it has to be, we can even think of, like we see about the networks, 5G networks right now, and we have to take Huawei equipment, and we know it's potentially flawed versus American network, it's potentially flawed. How do we do this? We could have, like we finance some of the weapon industry or some of the infrastructure, we could have a security investment strategy which would invest into companies building open source hardware to build networks, which then we could think have a different mechanism, and there will always be flaws, but at least we have more the hand on it. And this is a way to compete for other things. And by using standard, really focusing on the big standards everywhere, in every public service and every interaction the state has with the citizens, it should be on open standard. So these are just thoughts that I had just to put in the contents here. So then what are the things we want to, I have these questions sometimes, what can I do? Oh, it's cool, I like the idea, and I want to help you on this. So one of the things is that everything which is privacy friendly, all the networks, all that what we build right now with on peer-to-peer networks, on cryptography, this we need to continue. The more we build tools, the more we have tools to protect our digital life, and the more, and if these tools are really good, people will use them, and if people use them, the state has not. It's difficult for the state to force us to use something else. So if the majority of the people are using it, one of the things I want to achieve is that every time there's a lawsuit. And if you are involved into a lawsuit, you can add one simple question. If there was a data collection that you think was not okay, you can ask the judge, okay, did this harm my digital integrity as me as a human being? So a new human right is not rising because it's just written in the Constitution. That's a far away goal. It is rising because people think that it exists, and then they ask the question in front of a judge. Was I hurt in this case? I feel hurt, and so maybe you as a judge, you might think I'm hurt or not, and today by asking the question, it can create some kind of jurisprudence, and it allows to revert the presumption of innocence. And right now, you have to prove that you have to, the burden of proof is usually very hard in the digital space. And here we can use more traditional mechanism as you being a victim if someone is abusing your data. And then of course, yes, talking to people, explaining. And we were thinking of a campaign, maybe explaining how something is hurting your digital integrity, or maybe how your digital life is successful, and because you are in control of your life, you are in control of your digital integrity, and then you have a successful life. So using the word is also an interesting element. We have some documentation. It's very small, a lot of French on this website, which is called Numérique. It's a small, very tiny association which I created to put any resource about this initiative on this website, which is called Vie Numérique, which means digital life in French, and there's a bit of English and a bit of German content in there. Thank you very much.
Question round is open.
Yeah, thank you for the idea, and yeah, digital right integrity sounds very good, but we have a general problem with create a wider scope of human rights, yes. Because you should be very carefully what you include, because it should not be a big law book with hundreds of sites. It should be a few principles. like the principle of human dignity, which is very broad, and also our constitution court in Germany have related to human dignity a lot of things. Also the right of the person, informationelle Selbstbestimmung, yes, to have the right to decide about all informations, yes. Of his persons, which is a little bit near to that what you mean, digital integrity. But in this case, we have another problem with the personality rights. Because this is in the discussion that especially personality rights, Persönlichkeitsrecht in German, yes, is missing in the constitution or in the human rights, yes. Especially this could be a little bit in this direction because it includes also the right on their own photo, yes, which could be very important. We have heard also when we see what you can do with photos, automatic recognition, yes, this will hurt the personality rights of some person. So can argue, and the personality rights in this time are really weak because they are not really in the constitution. So what do you think to think this a little bit broader?
Yeah.
Yes, and connect to digital integrity, all other things which are part of the personality.
Exactly. So what I think is that all those rights, they already, we have a lot of rights which exist. Digital, the right to personality, dignity, they exist. And in reality, in the hierarchy of norms, if you read the Constitution, you will see that the first right is the right to live. That's the first one. It recognizes you as a human being, and it gives you the right to live, and then your existence is recognized because your physical and mental state and integrity are protected. And from there, you derive all the rights to dignity, which is important, right to, and then all the subsequent rights. They're not all in the constitutions. They might be in the laws. They might be in other documents, whatever. Okay, so in reality, a lot of the rights we want to see applied in the digital space, they already exist in the laws. You know, for example, right for personality. And you think right for personality applies to the digital space and to the misuse of face recognition systems. But for lawmakers and judges right now, this is something which is different because the right to personality was conceived in a time that was trying to fix other problems than facial recognition. So the idea there is like at the really high level, we just say you have all the subsequent rights that exist, they are also in the digital realm. They are. So this means that we really consider that the definition of the human itself has added one layer. We're not just a body, we're just not a soul, we're also the data that is around us, our traces, everything that we post and that our traces is part of ourselves. So all the rights that we have to apply also on this, using the new concept. So it is complementary. This is really just like one level higher that we didn't go into yet. All the rights which are dedicated, like rights, of course, for droit à l'effacement, rights to be for deletion, right to access. These are like the specific rights in the digital space. They apply. That's normal. But all the rights which, like you mentioned, they should also apply in the digital space. And we have better. We can provide the judges, for example, with a better understanding because they will be using the same mechanism. That's what I hope. That's what I hope, basically. And I don't know if it answers the question, but it's
welcome. Thank you. I get more ideas of.
Wait a second. Please talk in the microphone so the stream can hear you.
Better talk to the phone. Because what I mentioned, and you say there is an actual discussion about to add personality rights to the human rights, or in our constitution, in Germany especially. So there is an ongoing discussion since 10 years or so. Okay. And so I My question was, what do you think to connect this digital integrity to this ongoing discussion? So, yeah.
Yeah, well, those kind of discussions, they're also sometimes localized. So, for example, we don't have this discussion right now in Switzerland. We have other. I mean, there. Yeah. So it really depends on the place where the discussion is being taken. For example, in the German law, I think there is the right for the protection of physical integrity, but mental integrity doesn't exist in the German scope, in the German law. Maybe it may not in the wording. So you see, every state has different ways of choosing the right words and connecting with other things, and it's all blur. Here it's like a really simple. What I try to do also is that it's all the rights depends on how you see the person, and then it derives from there. So the idea is just to make sure that from the start we take into account the person in its completeness, also on the digital space, and then we apply everything.
Okay, anyone else? Yes, here you are.
About this Face ID, and the state says that this morphing technology is dangerous and they don't like it and they're trying to fight against it. Why don't they enhance such technologies and use them to their own advantage? You could make citizens in a pool, and you could actually encrypt and morph like 1,000 people on their passports. So the person identifying, on the camera identifying this person, says, oh, he comes from a safe pool, but he won't be identified singly.
Yeah,
that would be a...
So there is, of course, this is also linked, and we had a talk yesterday about decentralized identity systems, or distributed, and this is also connected to this. So the fact that we are existing digitally and we can recognize this, and the state has the obligation to protect our digital integrity, means also that we can express our digital identity, okay? And that the digital identity, we need to express it the same way than our physical identity. The state is not giving you your physical identity, so they should not be giving you your digital identity. So whenever you hear that a government is working on the digital identity program, that's wrong. It's not the state to decide what is your digital identity. It's up to you to decide, and it's up to you to manage it. So from there, we start to see technologies being built, and those technologies should be in the hand of the humans. If we make up something like you describe, and it comes from something which is in control by the people, and we have a kind of web of trust, and we know that digital identity will be a lot of cryptographic proofs. We will proof each other that we exist, and we're going to build stuff like this. Yeah. So maybe what is, for me, the interesting part is that, yeah, if we are human, if we are aware that we are partially digital, our identity is also digital. We are managing our identity, and we build up the tools for that. And the state can provide identity documents, like a reference to our identity, the same way they do in the physical world for the passport but it's yeah, we have to manage our identities.
Okay, so no more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, as I already said, this was the last panel. After the last panel of the Pirate Security Conference 2020, I want to ask Alexander Kohler to come on stage, please. He's the organizer. Without him, this would all not taken place. I think this is worth an applause. Thank you. Also, a big thank you to our sponsors, Cerberus Data Protection, the EVA fraction of the European Parliament, and the PPI as our patron. Thank you very much. Of course, there are lots of other hardworking pirates, from the techies to the accommodation, the social media team, and much and many more. Thank you for making this possible by taking your time and doing your work, your course, for making this a real nice day, 2 days. Thank you for making this. We hope our panels, yes, thank you for the help. We hope our different panels gave you an interesting impression, maybe opened new horizons. It was a pleasure to be your host. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for interconnecting directly or via social media. Thank you for watching. We're looking forward to seeing you again at the next Pirate Security Conference 2021. I'm Anja Hirschel. I say goodbye from my part, and I wish you good wind in your sails every time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for all. Yeah, I'm happy that you are all here, and next time, next conference, next year in February. Thank you.